Good morning. Welcome to the November 5th, 2024 meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Yes. Good morning, Supervisor Cerna.
Here.
Desmond. Frost. Here. Hume. Here. Kennedy.
Here.
And you have a quorum. This meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors is live and recorded with closed captioning. It is cablecast on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel, on the Comcast and DirecTV UVerse cable systems. It is also live streamed at metro14live.saccounty.gov and can be heard on 96.5 FM KUBU radio. Today's meeting will be repeated Friday, November 8th at 6 p.m. on Channel 14, and this meeting can also be viewed at youtube.com/MetroCable14. The Board of Supervisors fosters public engagement during the meeting and encourages public participation, civility, and use of courteous language. The Board does not condone the use of profanity, vulgar language, gestures, or other inappropriate behavior, including personal attacks or threats directed towards any meeting participant. Seating is limited and available on a first-come, first-served basis. Each speaker will be given 2 minutes to make a public comment and are limited to making one comment per agenda or off-agenda item. Please be mindful of the public comment procedures to avoid being interrupted while making your comment. Comments made by the public during Board of Supervisors meetings may include information that could be inaccurate or misleading, particularly concerning topics related to public health, voter registrations, and elections. The County of Sacramento does not endorse or validate the accuracy of public statements made during these open public forums. The recordings are shared to provide transparency and access to the proceedings of public meetings. To make a comment in person, please fill out a speaker request form and hand it to clerk staff. The chairperson will open public comments for each agenda or off-agenda item and direct the clerk to call the name of each speaker. When the clerk calls your name, please come to the podium and make your comment. If a speaker is unavailable to make a comment prior to the closing of public comments, the speaker waives their request to speak, and the clerk will file the speaker request form in the record. The clerk will manage the timer and allow each speaker 2 minutes to make a comment. You may send written comments by email to boardclerk@saccounty.gov, and your comment will be routed to the board and filed in the record. If you need an accommodation pursuant to the Americans with Disabilities Act or for medical or other reasons, please see clerk staff or assistance or contact the clerk's office at 916-874-5451 or by email at boardclerk@saccounty.gov. Thank you in advance for your courtesy and understanding of the meeting procedures.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And that portion of the agenda has never been more poignant than it is today. First item.
Our first item are public comments relating to matters not on the posted agenda, and our first speaker is Debbie Woolley. That up on the screen.
Good morning, Board. Happy Election Day.
Morning.
Forgive me for a minute. I just wanted to celebrate. Today is November the 5th, and I wanted to let you know that I'm coming to you as one of we the people, as seen in the 50 state constitutions, Republican in form, and I'm just letting you know that it's important that we remember the fundamental principles. I wanted to thank you for your care and concern about the elections being fair and honest. I just wanted to let you know that on Sunday I went to prepare my ballot, and I was confused and dismayed because when I put it in the ballot envelope, it looked like this. Can you see it?
Not yet.
And then I folded the ballot 8 different ways. There's 8 different ways you can fold it. And the second time I folded it, you could see my ballot marking on the front also. So you can see who I voted for through the holes in the pink envelope. Then I went to my neighbor's house and I said, this doesn't seem right to me. So we compared our ballots,
I'm just going to ask Metro Cable if you can assist, because I don't know if we're both hitting the screen at the same time, but I'm having a hard time controlling it. Thank you. Really appreciate your help.
We'll give you some extra time, by the way.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. So my neighbor's ballot shows who she voted for also. Now, I folded the ballot inside out and outside in. There's 8 ways you can put a ballot in an envelope, and 2 out of the 8 ways discloses who I voted for. Just wanted to let you know that I don't want this to happen to any of the other 800,000 registered voters in our county. There's a lot of slop in this envelope, and I know you're all into attention to detail. This detail is important because the Constitution, Article 2, Section 7 says that we are entitled by right, constitutional right, to a secret ballot. So thank you for your attention today. I wanted to just let you know that this is not misinformation. I'm very shaken up by just learning this. I thought it was a conspiracy theory,
Thank you,
but
Ms.
it's
Wolf.
not happening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Mr. Ted Samara.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Ted Samara. I'm the Executive Director of United Public Employees. We represent close to around 3,600 county employees. First of all, I don't know if this is going to be my last time here before you set sails, I guess, on your retirement, Supervisor Frost, but congratulations on your retirement, and it was always a pleasure working with you. I'm here today more so as I watched last month's or Board of Supervisors meeting, and I heard some comments, especially from you, Supervisor Cerna, when the ladies dropped some last minute, I don't know, proposal on your table, and it was one of those catchy moments. So I just wanted to give you all ample notice on what's going on right now in the Department of Human Assistance. I'm not going to go and stand for what had happened in the welcoming homes and the hostile work environments that our members currently work there. And I know there's an agenda item, and I'll speak more on that later this morning on that. But over in the Department of Human Assistance in the GATE program, where they process Medi-Cal, CalFresh, and general assistance, the department is narrowing the number of employees that are going to process the general assistant claims. 90% of the population that apply for GA are homeless. And what prompted me here today is they notified our members, not this union, but our members, the day of, that they're going to narrow down, there's like 36 or so employees that process these claims, down to 3. 1 being a WAD, 2 being workers. And in January, they are going to go with only staffing it with 4 workers to deal with the homeless population that rely on this general assistance to buy a hotel room, to get shelter during the coldest months. And what they're telling me, and this is their director, is that you all didn't fund the program. Didn't give them the monies. That they can't afford the workers to process these GA claims. So I'm putting you all on notice now so it's not the last minute drop, and I don't have to hear the BS I heard that was dropped on these little ladies that came up here from the Merritt Parkway, that someone was being, I don't know, misled. If you want tangibles, we're going to be in contract negotiations. You create another hostile work environment like the one that has been created in the welcoming homes, we will fill this room with red shirts.
Thank you, Ted. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I know that I cannot get into great detail on an off-agenda item, but I just wanted to assure Mr. Samara that at least this supervisor has already spoken with executive leadership to have something back before this board in short order that speaks to the resources necessary to appropriately process GA. So you started your testimony with you think this might be the last time you'll be in chambers this year, but I doubt that's the case. So we'll probably see you next month.
Thank you, Supervisor. I think that could probably be said by every supervisor up here. Next speaker, please. Jeffrey Tardigue.
Thank you, Chair Kennedy. I am here on not agenda item ins that for these efforts that are going on and which you've got further going on, my understanding for the disabled, you are supposed to be able to maintain medical records. What I've seen in the city is that you have not maintained any sort of records of when you move things. So my request is for not only for the Sheriff's Department, but for your code enforcement and your other efforts regarding the homeless and the, should we say, ordinances before you, is somewhere you have an indication in there of what is going on, and it gets reported to the COC, continuation of care, in full detail. Right now, things happen, and if 311 is doing with calls of over 300, it seems like there's not a great discernment of how you are doing activities. Anti-camping ordinances, been demonstrated time and time again, do not effectively deal with homeless. All you're doing is for the public, moving them. You need to do better. As I've already gone before the City Council and I made the same request so we know what activity is going on. In the past, I have been in point in time count, and we're the only city in California that saw its, quote, homeless population drop. Might wonder why this occurred. Resources are not adequate solutions. You don't seem to have.
Can you wrap
with
up,
that,
Jeff?
I will leave
Jeffrey,
you.
can you wrap up?
Yep, I'll leave you.
Okay. Thank you, Jeffrey. Martha Ashe.
Good morning, Supervisors. Thank you so much for taking my comment. I also sent you a written public comment that is similar. Dear Supervisor Hume and all of you supervisors and staff members as well, and the public, thank you. Please clarify for us Locke residents, merchants, and property owners exactly what the Locke Management Association and the Locke Management Corporation are. Is one a private common interest development corporation with its ongoing multiple lawsuits threatening non-judicial foreclosure rights on our homes under Davis-Sterling Act state laws? Is the other a charitable tax-exempt public mutual benefit corporation that advertises itself to be a 501c3 with an entirely appointed and ratified directorship that represent 7 different outside special interest groups that do not include Locke property owners, merchants, or rental residents? Your county website describes Locke Management Association to be also known as the Locke Management Corporation. But are the two really the same or vastly different? As many times as we Locke citizens and even your appointed board directors themselves have asked for clarification in emails to you and to Supervisor Natoli and to your county attorneys, we still await the answers to these questions. Thank you. And I brought along my recent painting. I don't know if your camera can show it. It's upside down. Okay. Of Locke. That's some of the buildings across the street from my ice cream parlor. By the way, anybody who mentions this comment to me at my ice cream parlor gets a free ice cream cone.
Thank you, Marcia. Martha.
Thank you.
Thank you, Martha.
And this is the cohesive town of Locke. We don't
You're out
want
of
to
time.
divide
You're
it
out of
into-
time, Martha. Thank you. Thank you. Very
I'll
nice.
just note that you didn't make that generous offer during the month of July, say, when people...
Mike Gilbert.
I'm sorry.
And Martha, the accuracy of the sidewalk is uncanny.
You guys ready? All right, good morning. My name is Mike Gilbert. I'm a social worker for Child Protective Services. Last time I came here was maybe in June. Since then, there's been another, at least 3 staff assaults. There was another gun incident at one of the houses. We have, the lack of management or the way things function inside the homes there, we have successfully created another drug addict out of a 13-year-old boy, and another young lady has been turned into a prostitute in the female homes. Regardless of whatever you guys are going to hear today, changes to administrative processes, adding more training, adding more programming, none of those things affect the environment inside those homes. They don't. It's a gray area where children can get away with whatever they want, and there's no consequence, right? And so I want to let you all know. Also, I wanted to thank you all that took the time to meet with us over the last couple of months, but nothing really happened after that. And so I don't have that much time, so I want to leave you with this. Hey, we remove kids for being exposed to drugs in their home. We remove kids for being exposed to prostitution and sex trafficking in their home, right? We remove children whose mental health needs are being neglected in the home. We knowingly and willingly place children in the welcoming homes knowing that those things are rampant. That is child endangerment at its finest. I don't care how you slice it. And lately, myself and those of us who have come here to let you all know about it, because we really care about the children, and it's not even about the conditions we work in, because social workers have always been the forgotten first responders. We deal with it. The drugs, the needles, the whatever we're exposed to, we just deal with it, right? But we've been getting harassed and retaliated against because and they've done things to make our job very difficult, to deter us from filing or complaints, which lead to them getting citations and the cover-up here. So I just want to leave you with, if you all don't know about these things and the director doesn't know, then you should probably focus your attention on Division Manager Katherine Johnson. Ask her why those things don't get above her.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you. Lisa Kirk.
Hi, I'm Lisa Kirk. I'm also a business owner in Locke. I have a collectible bookstore. I'm also the Sacramento County representative on the Locke Management Association Corporation. And what I'm going to talk about is that position is appointed by the legislative body of Sacramento. And what makes that important in the community of Locke is that we have open meetings. That's why we're all here today, is under the Brown Act, it allows the public to speak to the board that's governing them. Now, we're going to have some changes on this board, and I hope you will consider me for a reappointment. I've been on there for 4 years. I have a great knowledge base and relationships with people in that community. But in 2005, when you created this organization, they started to call us business owners and renters invitees under the HOA aspect or common interest aspect of the way of the formation of that board. I went to Calaware, donated $300 and got the book done by Terry Frankel about open meetings and the Brown Act. And it's really important that that legislative seat that you appoint stays open, whether you reappoint me or not, because people like me that are business owners and not property owners and renters and tourists in the community that comes in won't have any right to speak at the meetings if you change it back to an HOA. And we're all considering the different options. But in the meantime, please keep that seat, because transparency is important to the whole democratic process. And that's why we're all here today. And if you take that away and make Locke an HOA, my voice will be silenced. along with the rest of us in the community. So, as Martha, I have a bookstore, Strange Cargo, 25% off on books. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Rashid?
What was that? Okay. Rashid Sadiq would lift up love always. And I'm coming to you for a concern regarding the airport construction, the billion-dollar opportunity for Sacramento. And I just want to make sure that we don't make the same mistake we made with Golden One. And I was the vice president at the Urban League at the time. We had a lot of dollars passing through. We got a lot of labor jobs that were temporary for our low-income, hard-to-serve communities, but we did not get an opportunity for our contractors. And now, this year, we're ready for contracting work for our black and brown community. And so, too often, we're left behind. Dollars come too late. We're training for the laborers. So I just want to make sure that we're paying attention to that. I know we have a 50% labor commitment, but I want to make sure that transitions to the contractors as well, and that we have GNCs that are from our community, that this money stays here, that we have an opportunity to grow our community and not have someone come from the outside, from Oakland, and take the money to their community. So I'm just here to kind of remind you that we are here, we are prepared, and we hope that we have opportunities. I haven't seen any detail paperwork on the PLA for that, for the airport. I've seen it for the laborers, but not for the subcontractors. So I'm hoping that we can develop that, or maybe I can assist with that. I'm willing to volunteer, but I just want to make sure that our community is not left behind. Thank you.
Thank you, Rashid.
All right.
Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to, again, provide some minimal response to Rashid, as it's an off-agenda matter. But it does sound like you're at least somewhat familiar with the fact that we do have a first-of-its-kind community workforce agreement for the work out at the, you call it PLA, out at the airport. While we're teeing up the balance of public speakers, Mr. Chair, on off-agenda items, I would like to have our airports director, who's in chambers, perhaps meet with Rashid out in the foyer there, so that she has a better opportunity to hear what your interests and concerns are, at least a sharing of contact information. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Keon Bliss.
Greetings, Board of Supervisors. It's been a while since I bothered coming in here, but I'm here today to express deep concern with the mental health crisis that's within the Sacramento County Jail, and being that was urgent enough to have a Board of Supervisors meeting on Election Day, I see that this is also important to bring to our attention. You all should have received a recent 23-page letter dated on October 17th provided by Dr. Mary Perrian, a court-appointed mental health expert in the Mays Consent Decree to Sacramento, which paints a disturbing picture of individuals suffering from severe mental illness who are not receiving the care they desperately need in Sacramento County jails. Dr. Perrian's report highlights specific cases of individuals who are experiencing immediate and serious harm due to the lack of adequate mental health treatment. Of 14 randomly selected patients that Dr. Perrian met with in the jail in early September and early October, all were found to be placed in an inadequate level of mental health care and all receiving inadequate treatment in the jails. One patient, a 35-year-old man, has been detained for 6 months and requires immediate transfer to an inpatient facility. Another, a 28-year-old woman, needs intensive treatment in a structured therapeutic setting. And a third, a 33-year-old man, requires placement in a state hospital for restoration of competency. These are just a few of the examples of many individuals who are continuing to suffer needlessly in our jails, in our overcrowded jail system. And the Sacramento County Jail is simply not equipped to provide the level of care that these individuals need. So I'm here to urge you all to take immediate action to address this crisis level emergency. We must allow the recommendations that were listed in Dr. Perrian's report and ensure that individuals with mental illness receive the treatment that they need, both within the jail and in appropriate community-based settings. In fact, this is what the May's consent decree ultimately demands, and the plaintiffs in that decree have been telling you to do for months, if not years. So I urge you to take immediate action on Election Day. Thank you.
Thank you, Keon. Alfred Melbourne.
Good morning, Supervisors,
Morning.
Chair. My name is Alfred Melbourne. I'm the director of Three Sisters Gardens, a nonprofit organization based out of West Sacramento that does have interest in Sacramento. I'm also a member of the Fort Peck Assiniboine Sioux, the Great Sioux Nation, who has entered into treaties with the United States of America, which have yet to be honored to this day. And I'm here to remind you all to think of your humanity as you guys discuss the topics here today. What brought me here was item 52, as we discussed the unhoused ordinance and criminalizing, our most vulnerable in our community. I think it's a travesty. Think that we'll waste 10 times the amount of money chasing and policing, incarcerating our folks, rather than offering them the services that we can. I've personally witnessed on the streets many times over the multiple cop cars that it takes to handle one person dealing with a mental crisis, you guys. And we can use our funds way better, especially as, we are, as a whole nation, waiting on an election, that, has huge ramifications, as we're witnessing a genocide take place in front of our eyes. We talk about resources and where we'd like to see our money spent, you guys. We'd like to see our money spent here at home, serving our most vulnerable community members. I think that we all witnessed during the pandemic when COVID-19 first hit, the resources that were available to get unhoused people off the streets, right, and to protect them, because a lot of other people became vulnerable at that time. And so it was declared an emergency then, but for many of us that work with the unhoused on our streets and many of our community members, people that we know, it's been an emergency, you guys. We need to figure out how we can best serve our most vulnerable, offer them the things that they need, rather than criminalizing them, you guys. And it's on you guys. You guys were voted in as our stakeholders and leaders, and we're looking to you to spend our money wisely and make the best decisions for our future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Melbourne, you're always welcome across the river to come to our meetings and address the board. We welcome you. Next time, items off the agenda are for those items that aren't actually on the agenda. So it's just, thank you. Okay, thank you very much. All right.
That concludes your public comments.
Next item, please.
For your consent matters, and we also have an off agenda. I'm going to start with items 2 through 60. For item 7, you're introducing an ordinance amending Sacramento County Code Section 4.54.360 pertaining to the application fee to sell fireworks. Waive full reading and continue to December 3rd for adoption. On item 10, I have a title correction. We'll reflect that in the action summary. This was to authorize the execution of lease agreements for the Department of Personnel Services. For item 12, you are adopting an ordinance amending section 2.100.080 of the Sacramento County Code related to management time. You waive reading on this on October 22nd. For item 27, you're acting as the Sacramento County Water Agency, and this is the second extension of an urgency fee ordinance relating to the installation of water meters. For item 38, I will need a motion to drop this item. This is the authority to amend and approve the Sacramento County Health Center's board co-applicant agreement and the authority to accept their bylaws.
Second, please vote.
Unanimous vote. Just jot that down. Okay, for item 43, I do need another motion to continue this item to December 3rd, and there is also a title correction. This is a really long title, so this is a revenue agreement with Advocates for Human Potential Incorporated and the WellSpace Health. Those corrected amounts will be reflected on the action summary, and then we'll continue that to December 3rd.
I will move to continue and look forward to seeing it on December 12th.
On December 3rd?
3rd, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
I'll be here on the 12th. You all can do it somewhere else.
Unanimous vote on that. So for item 52, you are adopting an ordinance amending Chapter 9.120 relating to unlawful camping on public property. You waive reading on this on October the 22nd. Also want to make a note that for the labor negotiations on closed session, you're dropping that. And then I will need to do a motion to determine necessity to hear the matter pertaining to the Board of Supervisors appointment from own ranks to the California State Association of Counties. Need a motion to hear that.
So, second.
Unanimous vote. And then we'll need the board to either reappoint or nominate. We need a member, and we also need an alternate.
Move to reappoint Supervisor Desmond with Supervisor Hume as an alternate.
Second.
Unanimous vote. And that concludes the notes from my office. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any members of the board that would like to have an item removed or addressed? Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. I don't wish to have an item removed, but I'd like to make comments on item 26 and item 49.
Okay, let me grab those items for you. Let's see. Item 26, you're acting as the Board of Supervisors in the Sacramento County Water Agency. This is to approve a contract for the Casumnas Watershed Multi-Benefit Project. And what was the other one, Supervisor Hume?
49.
49. 49, you're acting as the Board of Supervisors, and this is to approve the retroactive contract adjustments for the North A Campus Emergency Shelter Program and the Mather Community Campus Single Shelter Program.
Great, thank you. For item 26, I just want to say this has been a long time coming, and I recognize two members of Sakawa, two of our staffers up there, that I'm happy to see this come to fruition finally. I congratulate CBEC on their being chosen as the contractor to implement this work, given to their familiarity with the state DWR modeling program. But I do want to note, just for the record, MBK played an important part in sort of teeing this all up and giving us an idea of what we might be looking at, and that was a long time ago, and so I just want to thank them for their involvement, and I look forward to seeing some work product that will result in hopefully a physical change to the landscape that makes things a little safer for people and property, as well as hopefully do a little groundwater recharge. And then on item 49, I only just bring this up because with all of the recent discussions about safe stays, existing and future, just to point out that there is a significant amount of homeless services that are provided for in District 5 out at the Mather Community Campus, and I don't want to lose sight of that.
Thank you, Supervisor. Anybody else? Okay, Madam Clerk, item 44.
Okay, item 44. Let's get there. Okay, for item 44, you're acting as the Board of Supervisors. This is to execute a single-year retroactive revenue contracts with multi-year contract authority with the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention.
Thank you. First, I want to thank Mr. Lutz for your email last evening, I believe, to outline some of the things that we are doing as a county, but I wanted to bring it to the attention, that we're not out of the HIV danger zone. And I know that it's, we've lived with it since 1980, roughly, and it's not showing the numbers and deaths and occurrences that we once saw. But this is a highly preventable and treatable condition, and through early testing, frequent testing for certain populations, and we're finding that the black and brown community, particularly young black black and brown people. We're seeing the numbers escalating in a disturbing rate. And so I guess my whole point for bringing it up is that I hope that we will, first of all, I applaud this effort, but I hope that we will continue to stay vigilant and not, get a little complacent when it comes to HIV. It is still a very, very serious public health threat, and I hope that we can do some more as far as marketing, advertising, reaching out as we once did to particularly targeted communities who are most at risk in order to really ensure that our young people who are growing up who didn't see it at its height are aware of the dangers of this and the fact that this is something that lives with us every day. So thank you very much for that. Is there any member of the public that would like to have something removed from consent or addressed at this time?
We have some public comments. We'll start with item 35. This is the retroactive authority to execute expenditure agreements with Always Knocking. Raymond Kemp.
Thank you, Flo. Chair Kennedy, esteemed board, I just came today to just really show my support to senior CPS staff on this item. Director Kai-Haas, Deputy Director Lloyd, and my direct report, Division Manager Kim Pearson, really set a vision in place to end this adversarial relationship between fathers and child welfare. A lot of fathers in the community, we had a feedback session, and a lot of fathers feel like CPS doesn't care about their needs and wants. And so this initiative is set to really improve permanency, increase visitation with fathers, educate fathers on how to navigate our child welfare system, and also how to co-parent even if the mother and father are not living in the same area. So there's a lot of advantages for the fathers and for this program to come about. I really want you to know that we are bought in. This particular initiative, I think, was strategically given to me. I also manage Bringing Families Home, which is another CPS initiative that helps families who are experiencing homelessness and CPS intervention find housing. And so I just really wanted to come and show my support to senior staff and thank the board for their work on this project. And I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your work, Raymond.
Okay, then for item 52, this is adopting the ordinance related to the unlawful camping.
I don't see Jeffrey. Jeffrey Tardigia?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Before we hear from the public, could we hear from County Council so that the public understands where we are in consideration of this item as it is a second reading? I have a sneaky suspicion there may be some misunderstanding or confusion out there about what today's consideration of this item is relative to October 22nd.
Sure. So typically, the ordinance process is that we introduce an ordinance at a meeting. The board considers whether or not they would like to introduce it with as written or with any amendments or changes, considering their positions and our public comment or comments from staff. If that ordinance is introduced, it's continued to the next meeting for adoption, and that is why this is on consent, because the board has already considered the policy ramifications, the legal ramifications of this ordinance.
As a timed matter?
Yes, and in this particular instance, it was a timed matter, which it isn't always, but that's a significant point. So at this point, the board certainly could consider public comment, but typically we do not at the adoption stage.
Thank you for that. I just wanted to make that, have our county council make that clear for everyone in chambers, that this is not unusual, that we do, especially with items that we know may be controversial or may inspire a great deal of public input or opinion. Typically, that's calendared as a hearing matter, which this was on the 22nd, a timed matter. And the second reading is really a perfunctory action by the board. And in fact, I asked County Council before we got to this point in our hearings this morning whether she even remembers whether or not we've, had a second reading that is not, connected to the original public hearing item the way this is. And this, again, that just speaks to the fact that this is how it has typically been presented to the public, presented to the board. Doesn't mean, as was stated, that we can't, hear from you. We're about to do so. But I think it's really important for those that wish to speak to this item this morning that they understand the context of how we're considering the matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. And as council said, we do have the prerogative not to take public testimony in an item that we've already had a full hearing on, but this board will entertain public testimony today. Jeffrey Tardigia.
Thank you, board. Unfortunately, I don't have Don Natoli here, but one of the reminders is, I will say to you, is this
shorter meeting. Go ahead.
Like I say about DS, I will offer to PK right now is that Los Angeles has a much higher community in this area. Are they dealing with it more effectively than Sacramento? Where have you looked about what are the solutions? Because as I stated earlier, is removing encampments. Study after study has shown all you're doing is moving people. You're not solving the problem. As participating in the point in time count from 2016, when it was very uncoordinated and few people, to the last time where we had more than 30 individuals interested in it. You need to come up with better solutions. This is not a solution. This is now putting more burden on a number of entities, some of which you've heard, a lot of which you have not heard. This is why I encourage you to physically see what is going on and happening. Because those people are our most vulnerable, and you seemingly have figured little solutions that work. And with that, I will leave the gracious time to others to talk about the problems. You have problems, you're not solving them, you're just bumping it down the line. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Sally Day.
Thank you. Thank you for all you do. I wouldn't take your jobs for anything, and I know this is very complex and very overwhelming. My name is Sally Day. I'm a member of SAC ACT, Area Congregations Together, and I'm a member of St. John's Lutheran Church. And I want to reinforce that we all here today and in our community have the same goal, to resolve homelessness. I know we all agree on that, even though we disagree on how that will happen. In my life, I try to help look out for those among us who don't have a voice. And I am frightened by your taking this step before we have shelters and housing in place. This is feeling backward to me. Because since human beings don't conveniently evaporate, I worry about how on earth this is going to be implemented. I always brag to people on this topic that my own local officials act with compassion and not criminalization, and I've been very proud of how Sacramento measures up against other cities. I'm going to keep faith in you guys. I hope you will keep the public informed of the ways in which this can possibly work to the good. Thank you.
Thank you. Crystal Tobias.
I have a picture here. Good morning. My name is Crystal Tobias, and I am the president of the Sacramento Area Creeks Council, which is a nonprofit organization that has spent years educating the community about the importance of our waterways, and in recent years doing multiple cleanups of our waterways. Unfortunately, most of the trash that is in the waterways does come from the homeless population. We are the first to admit that there's a huge problem here, a very complex problem that is not being addressed, and that is where to put this population. And we do strongly support the county and the city working together to do something about that and figure it out. Because what's happening in the meantime is areas like this along Steelhead Creek, Arcade Creek, and the American River are being ecologically damaged to the point almost of no return. I personally have worked with many groups, including a cleanup with Supervisor Cerna, and that was 2009 or so, and the problem has not gone away. The problem has gotten worse, and it is damaging these beautiful areas, and these are public parkways, to the point where the community around them, and those are underserved, underinvested neighborhoods, cannot participate in quiet enjoyment of the parkways because it's not safe. One, there's unleashed dogs, there's needles, there's broken glass, there's angry, hostile people, and it is not a working situation. Something really does need to be done. With River City Waterway Alliance, we have pulled out over 2 million pounds of trash since 2023 January, and it just keeps coming. And we cannot restore and rehabilitate our waterways if the core problem isn't addressed. Again, we recognize that these folks need to go somewhere. There needs to be safe ground for them. They absolutely deserve that. They do not deserve to live in these conditions.
Thank you, Krista.
So thank you very much.
Thank you. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. I just wanted to express my gratitude to the speaker and the organization that she was with, River City Waterways. It's not lost on me that the work that you've done is produced great results. I traverse the Garden Highway pretty frequently, and if others take the time or have the opportunity to see the condition, especially on the south side of the levee along Steelhead Creek, that's kind of the after photo, in my estimation. If you were to see it 5 years ago, it would look very, very different. So I appreciate you not just being here and advocating the way you do for our creeks and waterways, and certainly all the blood, sweat, and tears you put into the cleanups, but for the continued enthusiasm that you have for doing what you do and keeping our waterways clean and safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Christopher Camilo Carvajal.
Hi, my name is Christopher Camilo Carvajal, and I'm the program and campaign coordinator for Decarcerate Sacramento. Decarcerate Sacramento writes in strong opposition for the proposed outlined in item 52. The proposal will further criminalize and punish people for sleeping outdoors when they have no home or shelter. This proposal will result in devastating harms on people who are unhoused while failing to achieve any legitimate policy solutions. Evidence shows that policies like this, which criminally punish life-sustaining activities for people experiencing homelessness, do not reduce homelessness or increase public safety or lead to shelter or service utilization, but instead undermine the ability of service providers to aid clients. Even a short stay in jail can lead to loss of possessions, employment, health care, shelter, and services, and fines and fees are nearly impossible for an unhoused person to pay, leading to debt and additional barriers to exiting homelessness. This ordinance would result in harmful police interactions, particularly for Black and brown Sacramentans who are overrepresented among the unhoused population in this county. It would also exacerbate dangerous overcrowding of our county jail system, which could put the county into further violation of the Mayor's consent decree. This proposed approach for Sacramento is not new, has been tried and failed in jurisdictions across California and across the country for decades. For example, in a recent report measuring the effectiveness of a similar ordinance in Los Angeles, analysis show the city spent millions on policing to enforce the ordinance, only to have people removed under the law returned to locations where they previously lived, or to move only blocks away. In fact, 81% of people removed, forcibly ticketed, or arrested returned to the same location where the police cited them. The ordinance also has complicated the work of homeless service providers, as outreach workers lost contact with clients that they were assisting. Additionally, many people lost IDs and other vital documents due to forced removals or arrest. Shelter placements were rare, and enforcement of the law has been inconsistent. The cycle, fear-mongering approach has nothing to do with the solutions to our homeless crisis. More and more Sacramentans are becoming homeless and struggling to get rehoused because there's not enough affordable housing in our community.
Please
As
wrap up,
county
Christopher.
leaders, your focus should be on safeguarding tenants, funding, expanding deeply affordable housing, strengthening community-based health and mental health services, and connecting our unhoused neighbors with
Christopher.
housing, dignified shelter, and safety resources.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks for voting. Keon Bliss.
You know, just because putting this on consent calendar and that not being unusual doesn't make this ordinance or your efforts to just criminalize homelessness any less disgusting or cruel. To your fellow human beings, your constituents, whether they give you money or not, it's just a formality. And if you genuinely wanted to actually get these people help, you would actually look at the root problems, which I can't think of it like any organization that hasn't been telling you, any study that's coming out that hasn't said housing. Permanent affordable housing is the #1 solution. That's where you could go, and this county has plenty of prime land that you could allow people to stay on, but instead you'd rather waste tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars pushing people from left to right and then ignoring us and pretending like you didn't just make this decision in a back room before you even came to the chamber on October 22nd. I don't believe for a minute that you all are engaging in good faith with this. I think that, frankly, this is just the same old dog and pony show that you all continue to do so that you have something to campaign on. And the fact that you're not even paying attention right now, even though we're tax-paying constituents all the same, pretty much shows your contempt for community members. Yeah, I see you, Phil, and Rich Desmond, who don't really give a shit about other people. But, you know, how often are you going to keep turning people away, wasting our taxpayer dollars on this and giving hundreds of millions of dollars to policing, which already collectively that are going to be doing this is up to over $1 billion before we actually decide to address the root problems of these issues? You all have the solutions. Community advocates have been giving it to you, and the people that are living on the streets who've been stuck on the streets for years on end, being swept and having to start over and over again because you send police to ticket them, to take away their belongings, important information like their birth certificates, their passports, their IDs, and their medications.
You know, wrap up, please.
You just keep wasting all of our time and money and dollars on pointless solutions to benefit the Metro Chamber and their business interests.
Keon.
Your campaign donors who are giving you tens of thousands of dollars to do this shit.
Thank you, Keon.
It's ridiculous.
Thank you, Keon.
What are you good for if you're not going
Keon.
to actually address our root problems that are addressing community?
Thank you, Keon. Thanks. I did. Thank you. Nikki Jones.
Why the hell do I have to have respect for you when you don't have respect for us?
Please step to the mic, Nikki.
I'm coming.
Thank you.
What am I doing?
Thank you.
I'm here on behalf of the Sacramento Services Not Sweeps Coalition, as well as the Sacramento Regional Coalition to End Homelessness. We're strongly opposed to Item 52, the anti-camping ordinance, an ordinance that finds its roots in Jim Crow, in ugly laws, in sundown town laws. Discriminatory laws from the past that have sought to remove undesirable groups of people from public sight. The Board of y'all are doing this on the consent calendar on Election Day to diminish transparency, public input, and media coverage. Your last meeting, you invited your partners that developed the ordinance with you and not the larger community. The Services Not Sweeps Coalition was founded in 2019 to support unhoused people in Sacramento region by demanding increased services and an end to law enforcement sweeps of homeless camps. Key organizations in the coalition include the Sacramento Regional Coalition to End Homelessness, Loaves and Fishes, the Poor People's Campaign, SAC Community Lead Advocacy Project, Sacramento Homeless Organizing Committee, SAC Act, and others. We believe that it's time that we're all in on real solutions to the crisis of homelessness instead of the status quo of displacement, criminalization, and punishment, which do nothing to resolve homelessness and are not new strategies. As with all policies that increase police contact, these policies pave the way for more discriminatory policing and a disparate impact on the Black unhoused community and other communities of color. We will not police our way out of this social health crisis. We should be focused on robust tenant protections, aggressively developing no and low-income housing, uplifting the quality of life for people living outside on these wait lists through stabilization, survival supplies, trash and hygiene services, and ongoing support. Imagine how that could impact public safety positively. Unlike forced displacements, which a recent University of Colorado study showed did not increase public safety, despite the rhetoric used to justify them. Besides protection from the elements and the modicum of privacy that a tent or tarp provides, staying in encampments is a strategy for safety and survival. Individuals stay together to share resources and to look out for each other. The physical and mental distress caused by these criminalization policies is incalculable and will contribute to early preventable death. In addition, this cruel proposed ban on camping will target disabled and elderly individuals.
Can you wrap up, Nikki?
It's morally repugnant as well as ineffective at reducing homelessness, simply reducing unhoused communities from sight rather than focusing on long-term effective support for pathways to housing.
Thank you. KJ.
I don't know how to explain to people that it's cruel to take things from people trying to survive. You'd hope that we'd all exist on that understanding. I've been an outreach worker in Sacramento County for 5 years, spent thousands of days and shifts out in the community, and because the community is really not here, I guess I'll use this time to talk about some of what that's like. What this policy does and what really the practice of Sacramento for years now has been to do, the reality of it is someone's outside freezing in the cold and they put on a blanket and you take it away from them. And you can put it in any way you want and describe it, but that's the reality of it, is that people are trying to survive, they're developing what they can, they're doing what they can with very limited resources. And as a service provider, very limited services. I think we really oversell the amount of services available to people in rooms like this, but the reality is that maybe you can give someone a piece of plastic to keep them dry, maybe, and that's very few people even get that. But people are, smart, and they're working on their own behalf, and they're developing camps to keep themselves safe, to keep themselves with other people that could protect them, to keep themselves warm, to keep themselves dry, to keep themselves fed. And, you're separating yourselves from it, but would you go out and take the blanket off of someone in the cold, Would you go out and take a glass of water from someone on a hot day? That is the reality of what this policy is. And I've seen it on the streets of Sacramento long before this policy, but this is going to make it so much worse. And if you wouldn't be willing to do that, if you wouldn't be willing to rip the blanket off of someone,
can you wrap up, please?
You need to not pass this policy. I know it's already done. I know that you don't care about what we're saying here, but
Thank you, KJ. Mark Baker.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity for me to speak. I'm Mark Baker with River City Waterway Alliance and Sacramento Area Creeks Council. River City, as Crystal had said, has removed over 2 million pounds of trash from our waterways in Sacramento County in less than 2 years. As you can see, we have found over 16,000 needles in remote areas in abandoned camps along our waterways. The needle exchange program obviously isn't working. Between the needles, the trash, the dog waste, the human waste, it's just destroying our natural areas. Many of these are public parks along the Ueda Parkway and the American River Parkway. So I appreciate your moves to try to do something about it. Hopefully we can find housing, that's a top priority, but the trash in our waterways and parks has to stop. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark. Madam Clerk, that's the last public comment.
It's the last one for consent.
Right.
So we'll need a motion for.
Yes. Okay, we will move consent, or at least the remaining items on consent. We have a motion, a second. Please vote.
Okay, unanimous vote. That was for items 2 through 60, with the exception of 3 and 43. Okay, for item 61, this is the presentation of service award recognizing Makiba Black for 25 years of service with Sacramento County.
Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you for taking the time to listen to this. There's a lot going on today, and I just really appreciate the time taken for celebration of one of our valuable employees here in Sacramento County. So today I am honored to help celebrate a huge milestone, 25 years of dedication and commitment by Makiba Black to Sacramento County, the Department of Child Support, and the families and coworkers she's impacted along the way. Makiba's journey began on September 19, 1999 as an office assistant, and over the years, she has advanced through several different roles. She's been an office specialist in her office. She is currently a child support officer, and she's built a rewarding career, making a real difference for families and children in our community. Before joining DCSS, Makiba worked for the county wastewater treatment plant as a senior office specialist and also at the Vital Stats Department. Prior to joining the county, Makiba spent 10 years in banking as a loan processor and a home equity accountant. She also served as an executive secretary to the executive dean of minority affairs at the Kansas University Medical Center and was a night audit duty manager at the Hilton Hotels. And if any of you ever have a chance to talk about Makiba, some burning cookies, a fire alarm, and a Hilton Hotel evacuating, you might want to take that opportunity. So. Enough said. All right. When asked about her career, Makiba said it's been the variety and growth opportunities that have stood out for her. She's embraced change, met new people, and learned new systems. What's been most fulfilling to her is serving our diverse community, helping families navigate legal processes, and advocating for children's best interests. Makiba takes great pride each time she makes a difference in a children's life in our community. On the lighter side of work, Makiba mentioned her love of potlucks and the connections they've helped her build with her coworkers over the past 25 years. She's enjoyed collaborating on committees and values the personal and professional development opportunities in our department. Over the years, she's developed a great range of skills from case management to conflict resolution and motivational interviewing. She also has certifications in business administrative training, CPR, and is a home health aide. Balancing her career and family life is one of Makiba's proudest accomplishments. She's managed her work responsibilities while raising 7 children, ensuring they learn the values of hard work and dedication. Her children have gone on to successful careers in healthcare, industry, and education. Makiba has shown them through her own journey the importance of perseverance and grace. Looking forward, Makiba plans to keep serving the community and supporting her family in their dreams while pursuing her own certifications as a life coach, nutritionist, and yoga coach. Pretty busy. Makiba's love of exploration shines through her hobbies, whether it's hiking, discovering new restaurants, cooking, or dancing. Outside of work, Makiba has a life filled with the joy of her family. In addition to her 7 children, she has 9 grandchildren. The youngest is just 8 months old. Makiba shared a philosophy with me that has guided her throughout her career and her life by Charles Swindoll. Life is 10% what happens to you and 90% how you react to it. This belief in the power of attitude has shaped how Makiba approaches both challenges and opportunities in her professional and personal life. Makiba, thank you for your 25 years of service. Your journey has been inspiring, and I look forward to seeing where the rest of your steps take you with the county. It's been my privilege to work alongside of you, and I'm excited for your future. And I believe you have a couple of comments? Yes. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marilyn. First of all, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
And I would like to thank my family for being here today, for providing me the support and love throughout the years for me to continue my journey with the Department of Child Support Services. As I reflect on my 25 years career in the child support, I am filled with gratitude for my incredible team of coworkers and leadership that supported me along the way. I would like to take this moment to thank each and every one of them. To my current and past leadership team, thank you for your guidance and mentorship, vision, which have helped shape our child support program into what it is today. Your leadership has been very instrumental in driving positive change and fostering innovation and promoting excellence in our work. I am grateful for the opportunities you have provided for professional growth and development, as well as the unwavering support and encouragement. To my coworkers, thank you for your dedication, your hard work, your unwavering commitment to our shared mission of ensuring that children receive the support they need and deserve. Your professionalism, teamwork, camaraderie has been very inspirational to me every day. I am grateful of the collaborative spirit and positive energy you bring to our work environment. Special thanks to Marilyn Barrington for presenting me the award today and to the support throughout my career. Marilyn has helped provide me with confidence to reassure me that I could continue my journey with the Department of Child Support Services. I am truly fortunate to have the opportunity to work alongside with all of you. Thank you for making my 25-year child support career a truly rewarding and fulfilling experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Makiba. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. While they're taking photographs, I will just say thank you to Makiba for her quarter century of service to this county, and just remind her that this marks the halfway point in your tenure of service here.
Hey, I'm at 30. Wait a minute.
Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Makiba, I also want to thank you for your service. And I love it when we recognize county employees who have spent so much of their life in dedicated service to helping people in Sacramento County. Very proud of them and proud of you, Makiba. And I wish you all the best in retirement.
Thank you, Supervisor. Thank you, Makiba, for everything you do for our county. Appreciate it. Okay. Next item, please.
Okay, our next item is the presentation of presentation of resolution recognizing November 18th through the 24th as California Clerk of the Board of Supervisors Week.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. I'm just going to kick this off, and then I'll let the clerk actually have the final say here. This item, it was suggested, should be a consent item, and I said no. We're going to have this item in public hearing, and I think that I have the support of my 4 colleagues with that call. This is called it calls out the clerk of the board, but it's so much more than that. As you can see coming down to the podium, this is the heart and soul of what we do. They do it quietly, usually. They do it competently, always, and they do it with heart and dedication, and really make us better. The 5 of us are better. The county is better because of the work that you do. So thank you. This is for not only for your leader, but this is for all of you, and we sincerely appreciate you. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just add to that we sincerely miss you on the second floor.
And I miss you guys too.
I like the extra space a little bit.
See how he
Supervisor
does
Hume.
this?
Thank you, Chair. Echo the sentiments of my colleague. We do miss you. We miss the energy you bring to the floor. But I just want to say, looking out at the sea of faces, I see so many people who help make our lives easier and do so oftentimes without credit or recognition. And so it's great to have you standing here as one united group to be able to be recognized publicly and thanked for the many different ways that you go about your job that sometimes can be thankless. And so today you're being thanked.
Supervisor Frost.
And I just want to add to what everyone else has said to say you didn't miss a beat when you left the second floor, but you sure left it vacant. It seems so lonely without all of your smiling faces. And you all work so hard. I don't know how you do what you do, because I know you have a lot of deadlines and intricacies in record keeping and the laws around everything that you do. I just want you to know it doesn't go unnoticed, and that we really appreciate all that you do to help us.
Thank you.
Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Flo, and your staff. And yes, the second floor is not the same, despite our chair's wonderful personality. It's just no replacement for having all of you on this floor. So I certainly miss you. But the public doesn't know, by and large, what you do behind the scenes, how you toil in obscurity to keep the county running and certainly keep all of us and all the boards and commissions working smoothly. And I just thank you for so many things that I know you deal with that don't even get to us. I mean, you have our backs here, our collective, the board here, and I just appreciate you so much and everything you do, and congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor. Flo, you have 2 minutes.
Okay, I'm going to make this very quick. First of all, I want to thank the board and the county executive, first and foremost, for all of your support. It is an honor to serve as the clerk of the Board of Supervisors and to work amongst the finest clerks and professionals. This group here goes out into the community and clerks your boards and commissions. We currently do that for 36 boards, and they're deputized as clerks to go out there and represent the county, and they do it well. They also represent the county with pride, and they represent the county in confidence. Serving the board and the other 36 boards and commissions, as I mentioned, is really the highlight of what we do. Amongst all of the other administrative stuff and that stuff that doesn't make it to your attention, I thank you for pointing that out. But the other part of that is serving the public and just being a part of that public process and being the conduit so that the public can participate in that process. We take very much pride in making sure that we are meeting all of the laws so that people can be assured that they're able to have an open government and they can see what's going on and they have an opportunity to make a public comment. People don't realize, but managing public comments for 36 boards and commissions is a feat in and of itself. And we can't do that without our staff. Everyone up here isn't a deputy clerk, but I tell you, everybody plays a role in what we do in making the boards and commissions, this board, successful. And so, lastly, I do want to thank the few people. I thanked you guys already, and we thank you all the time. I thank the county executive and his executive team, but I want to thank Metro Cable, County Council, Department of Technology, Department of General Services, and the sheriff and all the other departments for supporting us and helping us manage these public meetings. Brenda is standing over at the side. I don't think he's in the room, but we could not do this without them. They work alongside of us, and they're very much a part of our business processes, and they understand what our mission is. They understand the assignment. So anyways, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And then can we get a picture with everyone, if you don't mind, in the pit? Okay, for item 63, this is the presentation of resolution recognizing Safetyville, USA on the occasion of their 40th anniversary.
So I have with me here Mindy and Kelly from Safetyville, and I just want to say this is a proud feature of District 5. Safetyville is a part of Safety Center, which runs a lot of programs, workplace-related, traffic safety-related, DUI trainings, et cetera. But one of the neatest parts of the entire campus is the Safetyville portion, which is a 1/3 scale replica of many iconic buildings in the Sacramento region that is a safe place for children to go and learn the rules of the road and learn how to look for traffic, learn how to cross streets safely, learn how to interact with the built environment. They also host holiday events that open it up as a very festive place for people to come and have a safe environment to enjoy the holidays. And this is the 40th anniversary of Safetyville. And so we wanted to recognize that moment and wish you a long future. And I will be asking the county executive to bring forward in the near future an opportunity to renew the lease with Safety Center. Generally, it doesn't come up for another 10 years, but we'd like to remove that cloud of uncertainty while we can. And so I know that my friend Darrell Teat is going to be stepping away as CEO, and so that was his last request, is that we maybe give you that security of mind. So I, at this point, am not going to belabor all of the whereases, but I'll just say that now therefore be it resolved, the Board of Supervisors of the County of Sacramento, State of California, hereby join in recognizing Safetyville, USA in honor of their 40th anniversary and further congratulate them on their continued legacy, impact, and dedication to promoting safety throughout Sacramento County and beyond. And so if you'd like to say something.
I think I'd just like to say we're honored. Last year, I stepped into the role as executive director, and the first event under my belt, we invited Representative Hume to come and take a key to our city. And we have a lot of work to do to renovate. As he said, there's, yeah, it's many.
1/3
I mean,
scale.
it's big, but it's many. We have a lot of work to do. Obviously, 40 years of infrastructure has its way of needing repair. So I know, as you mentioned, that was Darrell's last ask. The improvements that we have planned to make, we want to make sure those are ours to continue to enjoy on that campus in the next 10 to 40 years to go. So we thank you for this honor. We're 90 years at Safety Center, so we hopefully look to be back to honor a 50 and a 100 together a decade from now. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Now it looks like it's being presented to me, though. Okay.
Maybe you're in need of some safety, Pat.
Yeah, probably so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Desmond.
So really quick, I had the opportunity to meet with Kelly and Darrell last week, and it was really enjoyable. And I've had a long history with Safetyville from my days going back to the Highway Patrol. But I've also seen Supervisor Hume drive, so maybe you can bring him out there for a little safety refresher course.
All right, next item, please.
And item 64 is the presentation of resolution recognizing Heroes of Human Services awardees.
Thank you. Siobhan Katari, Deputy County Executive, and I have with me Melinda Avey, who's the chair of our Human Services Coordinating Council. And we're here today to honor the heroes in our community that are being awarded today for the Heroes of Human Services Awards. So first of all, I just wanted to thank the Board of Supervisors for your support of this really important recognition. You've had ongoing support for years, and this is a really important time for us to uplift those in our community doing very important work. Also wanted to thank the Human Services Coordinating Council who sponsors this, as well as Valley Vision, who's been helping with our administration of the Human Services Coordinating Council. This is an opportunity for us to recognize those unsung heroes in our community that do the health and human service work to make the quality of life better for all Sacramento residents, whether it be housing and shelter, food security, cash assistance, health and emotional support. We have people, hundreds and thousands of people who are doing work on a daily basis to uplift our community. And I just wanted to say that government alone, we're just one piece of that puzzle. It really does take a tapestry of our community to actually come together to do the work, whether it's our community-based organizations, volunteers, service groups, schools, our healthcare facilities and partners, and even our public safety and justice professionals who have to act like social workers on a day-to-day basis because of the nexus between the two. We have people throughout the community who are giving of their time and energy and passion to do this work. They're not in it for the money, they're not in it for the accolades, they're here because they're passionate and they have a mission to really help people and help the community. And I will add, on election day, our elected officials also, we have people serving in elected capacity across the county, beyond the board, into different sectors, and even on our boards and commissions, who give of their time freely to make sure that we are hitting the spot when it comes to serving our community. And so with that, I just wanted to turn it over to Melinda Avey, the chair of our Human Services Coordinating Council. She also wears other hats. She's on our mental health board. She's on our alcohol and drug advisory board. And her leadership is really helping to usher in these awards today. So I will turn it over.
Thank you. Good morning, Supervisors. I'm Melinda Avey. I have the honor of being the chair of the Human Services Coordinating Council this year. And I think Siobhan said just about everything I was going to say. But I do want to add a little history on these awards. We couldn't remember when we first started them. And so we looked back and we found it was 2007. And in that year, we started doing something. We started going out to the community and listening. We had listening sessions, and we went all over the county, and we listened to what people had to say about human services needs in our county. That's a great exercise, by the way. And once they found out we didn't work for the county, they stopped yelling at us, and they talked. So great conversation. There were a couple takeaways that have stayed with us. Number one, we live in a great county. Sacramento is a great place to live, and it's great because of the people. And we found that people really care. They're much more engaged than we thought they were. The other takeaway was that we have a lot of people in this community that are stepping up. They're seeing a need. They're filling the need. They're using often their own money, their own resources. They get no government funding. They get no accolades. They often don't get much recognition. And we were struck by the number of people that do that, just in their own way, in their own communities. It's what makes us great. So at the time we thought, you know what? We need to start recognizing. And that's what this is for. So we started in 2007. We went all the way to 2019 until COVID interrupted this great ceremony as it interrupted our lives. So we're back. This is our first year back. And we want to thank you for taking the time to recognize people that otherwise wouldn't get this kind of recognition. And I want to thank all of the people in this county who step up every single day and do things for our county that we never see, but it makes it the great place that we live. So thank you very much, and I will turn it over to you.
Thank you, Melinda. Thank you also for everything that you do personally. You could qualify for any one of these awards, and we really appreciate it. And thank you for letting me know that all I have to do now is tell my wife I don't work for the county.
Magic.
With that, we do have the first award, which will be presented by Supervisor Cerna.
Colleagues, it is my honor as part of our annual tradition here to recognize heroes of human service to stand with Brenna Rouzan, who really has contributed some very, very unique work and in the space that I think many of us can appreciate, which is kind of a commingling of both mental health, behavioral health, but also what this board has demonstrated for years now, which is a very focused intent and effort to make sure that the youngest among us in our community, children and mothers, are receiving the kind of assistance that they deserve. And I will say, as the chair of the First Five Commission in particular, and to what Deputy County Executive Katari mentioned earlier in terms of not being able to do this alone as government, it is really a distinct honor of mine to read a few of the substantive whereases here in this resolution that recognizes again Ms. Rouzan for her service to this community. So Brenna has been a social worker for 20 years, but it was not until she started working at UC Davis that she found her passion for perinatal mental health and health equity. She helped form the Sacramento Maternal Mental Health Collaborative in 2018 and built the Be Mom Aware public awareness campaign in 2021. Furthermore, she's demonstrated an unwavering commitment to bring awareness to the unmet mental health needs of pregnant and postpartum women with her relentless dedication and ability to inspire and motivate others around her. There's a lot of other text here that really explains the context of our, again, annual Heroes of Human Service Award process and why we do this. But as I mentioned at the outset of my comments, in this particular space, I'm really, really delighted to have the honor of presenting this resolution for the work that is so incredibly important that Ms. Rouzan does day in and day out. So with that, present you this resolution, recognizing you as a hero of human service for 2024 for District 1.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Cerna, and to Sacramento County Board of Supervisors for this amazing recognition. This is really a matter of heart. I think, as Melinda had said, you know, we definitely do this because it is a passion of ours. And we have started just before COVID, and then COVID hit, and we had to reimagine what our public awareness campaign was going to look like and what support we needed. And through lots of volunteer hours and continuing to knock on doors throughout Sacramento County and other community-based organizations and health plan partners that exist here in Sacramento County, we've been able to really forge some really great partnerships and relationships throughout the county to advance not only the awareness of maternal mental health conditions, but also identification, prevention, and treatment services for those who are affected, which improves not only the lives of the birthing people, the women that are giving birth, but also their children and their families. And that's going to have ripple effects throughout Sacramento County for decades to come. And I'm so proud to be a part of that mission. And thank you all for your time today.
Thanks again, Brown.
Tiffany? Tiffany Scott, and I have to struggle over Scott every time. Thank you, Supervisor Hume, by the way. Tiffany Scott's efforts directly impact the lives of countless Sacramento County residents, enabling them to participate more fully in their communities and in life. Tiffany is a passionate advocate for accessible transportation at both the state and local levels. But that's not the end of Tiffany's story, because Tiffany's also quite the entrepreneur. As an example of Tiffany's entrepreneurial spirit, during the pandemic, when transit agencies throughout the country suffered, Tiffany partnered with food banks and used Paratransit Inc. vehicles in an unprecedented way to deliver food boxes to seniors and those living with limitations. This offering proved a successful lifeline for the most vulnerable among us during a historically difficult time. To summarize Tiffany in 3 words, and I got this from many people I talked to, she is tenacious, focused, and passionate. Through her tenacity, focus, and passion, Tiffany has expanded Paratransit Inc. services and transformed the organization's core mission from a consolidated transportation service authority into mobility services for the most vulnerable among us, including youth. And she also provides Christmas boxes and gifts to countless, how many probably every year?
3,000.
3,000 people in need every year, and it's a whole lot of fun to go over there and pack those boxes. So, Tiffany, thank you for everything you do for our community. You really are an outside-the-box thinker, and we're better because of it. Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, you're rubbing the microphone there with your shoulder.
Oh, is that me?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I just want to say thank you so much for this recognition. It truly is a passion. A lot of people are hopeful they have a career where they feel like they can go to work each day and make a difference. And I'm thrilled that in my career, I can make a difference every day through what I do. I'm very lucky to have staff who's willing to kind of lean into some of these different ideas to come up with and with a board that's supportive. But really, at the end of the day, it's about helping people who have the least voice and least ability to help themselves enjoy the most in what this region, this county have to offer, whether that's through mobility, through food. And actually, this week, we are turning ground because we are going to be building housing, and it is actually going into construction this week for fully ADA accessible housing to help solve the housing problems. Because all of this means that the county ends up with a better sense of community when everyone has a better, fully accessible way to live their life. So thank you so very much.
Before you walk away, the chair isn't up here to acknowledge me, so I'll just take my prerogative and go ahead and speak. Thank you. I was a member of the Paratransit Board of Directors while we were still partners with RT to provide paratransit services, and I was still remain a member to this day. And when Tiffany took over her role, I said, you're either going to be playing violin on the deck of the Titanic as everything comes crashing down, or you're going to be the butterfly that comes out of the cocoon and turns it into something new. And she took that challenge and really, I think, went above and beyond and exceeded even what I could have imagined the organization turning into. And so I think this is a very well-deserved award. Thank you.
You're here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I invite Cherie Chenoweth to join me down here at the dais. But before I get started, I do want to say, I'll echo the Chair's statements about Melinda Avey. Melinda, where are you? You know, we all like to boast about our programs in our respective districts, the things that we're doing. But I've got Melinda in my district, so that trumps just about everybody. And Melinda, you are volunteer number 1, I think, pretty much in Sacramento County. So thank you for everything you do. But I'm honored to be here to recognize you, Cherie. Cherie Chenoweth is an outstanding volunteer who perfectly embodies what it means to be a hero of human services. She's the founder of the Believes Family Program, which you'll hear a little bit more about in a moment when Cherie says a few words. It's an organization that mentors students attending Encina High School. And as all of you know, Encina is a very under-resourced, is in a very under-resourced community, serving very children in dire need, and so we rely so much on organizations like the Believe program to break the cycle of poverty and try to ensure the success of these young people. And Cherie, not only is she a volunteer, and you're still an employee in San Juan Unified School District, have been for many, many years, but she's also confronted life's challenges with indescribable strength, surviving stage 4 breast cancer, extensive chemotherapy, and 9 surgeries. And despite that, she still chooses to give so much back to the community that we all serve, and that makes you truly a hero of human services. And thank you for the work you do in District 3 and in Sacramento County, and congratulations on being recognized as a hero of human services.
Good afternoon. Yes, I have been battling cancer for many years. I'm actually 11 years strong. Somebody that lives with it every day. But one of my things that I did is I developed this because you can always look at the negative in life, but I chose to be positive. And so we designed this program to put more resources and wraparound resources around children. We sponsor them on their senior year and give them different outlooks in the Sacramento County. You wouldn't believe that they don't know what's in their own backyard. But just to show them those other resources and to show them, but also to strive to give them a different look in life. And so that's what we do, and we carry them through their senior year and hope. And I still, to this day, every single one of them have graduated from college or have accomplished what they wanted to accomplish. And I still hear from them today. Many of them are teachers. We have several teachers now and are actually striving, and they've come back to the Sacramento County and actually live. So that's what we kind of take pride in, is that they're still out there, and they actually developed us and calls us their little angels. And so when we show up on campus, they know that, and it's just a different outlook, just to give them one day. Thank you.
Supervisor Frost?
Come on down. Well, I'm delighted to be here today to present a proclamation to Battalion Chief Parker Wilburn.
Sue, I'm going to interrupt you for a second. We have more
Oh,
joining.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Okay. So I'm delighted today to be able to present this proclamation for Heroes for Human Services to the Metro Fire CERT. The Sacramento Metro Fire District's Community Emergency Response Team, CERT, consists of exceptional volunteers who demonstrate dedication, compassion, and resourcefulness in enhancing community safety. CERT has significantly contributed to Sacramento County by teaching life-saving skills, responding to emergencies, to providing critical support during times of need. Their skills in managing emergencies range from fire rehabilitation to installing smoke alarms, showcasing their adaptability and readiness in any situation. CERT is pivotal in boosting community resilience through training and workshops, equipping residents with effective response to a crisis. In July alone, CERT dedicated over 900 hours to emergency response and public safety education, underscoring their impact and commitment. Today, we honor Sacramento Metro Fire District's Community Emergency Response Team as 2024 Heroes for Human Services Award recipients for District 4. I want to thank you, all of you, and I know this is, you're here receiving this award, but I know over time in my service in the district the work that CERT has done. It doesn't just begin in the community. They're out there when there's a fire up in how many fires have we had in California? You responded to the fire up near Chico. The car fire. You've been out there fundraising to raise money for your equipment so that you could better respond. And I just want to thank you for your invaluable service to Sacramento County. We have a better place. We're better for you. You have so much heart, and your effort is tireless, and you are indispensable to the community, and this award is naturally going to a deserving organization. Thank all of you for all that you do. Would you all like to say something or introduce everyone?
Offer to, one more photo. We got one more photo.
We have one more. The official photographer from the district is here.
Does anybody from CERT like to say a few words?
I can't. My name's Harry Belt, and I've been a member of Metro Fire CERT for 15 years. And during that time, we've spent countless hours, both at community outreach events throughout the county, but also some of our large events like the air show and the Rancho Cordova 4th of July. We commented about the number of hours in July. They were 900 in 2024 because our two large events happened in the same month. We're hoping that doesn't happen again because that made it for a lot of burned out people. But we had a lot of fun, and we enjoy working. We enjoy supporting our district. We enjoy going out on fires and helping our frontline crews with nutrition and hydration on a hot summer day. And we also enjoy helping in the wintertime with down power lines and babysitting down power lines so that the crews can actually go out and fight fires, because in a storm, we do have fires. And so that's important to have that opportunity. And it's just a pleasure to be here, and we thank you very much for this award.
So, good morning, Board of Supervisors. Thank you so much, Supervisor Frost, for recognizing the hard work that these folks do day in and day out. This is 40 folks that are consistently coming in on their own time, their own dime, to make our community better in times of crisis or in times of good things that we're doing as far as events. They provide education. They've taught so many people hands-only CPR. We just had an open house on the 19th at Station 28. We do many of these types of events, many open houses at Metro Fire, where we open and showcase our house to the community. But CERT is always there. They have their booth. They have their hands-only CPR set up. They do a whole bunch of stuff with the kids as far as stop, drop, and roll. They've got exercises. And then they also go as far as to show how to shut off your utilities in times of a disaster. We saw that disaster a couple of years ago, and we had tremendous floods. We had our helicopter out, and literally we're plucking people off the rooftops of their car on Highway 99. CERT was there, and they've always been there when we need them. A lot of times we get, as a county, and the emergency response gets taxed with power lines down. We mentioned power lines down. When a resource goes out, they have to stay on those power lines until SMUD can come. And when SMUD's inundated and we have 400,000 people out of power in Sacramento County, like we have had, CERT was there to release that company to go back into service because we still have a job to do for Metro Fire, and that's to respond to 911 calls. But when our resources are tapped sitting on power lines, they're not available. And when time and seconds matter when you're having a stroke or you're having a cardiac event, having these folks here to step in to back us up and support Metro Fire is a tremendous feat. And we talked about coming out on our grass fires. We dispatch CERT out if the grass fire goes beyond 10 acres, and it happened multiple times this year, and it's happened multiple times in the past. They come out and they offer ice waters and protein bars to those firefighters that I can tell you firsthand, being a captain or a firefighter on the front lines, there is nothing better than showing up to a rehab station, have a nice cold water when it's 108 degrees outside, and a protein bar, and rallying and getting back in the fight. And these folks do that for us day in and day out in those warm summer months. So it's a tremendous honor to manage this program. The budget item for Metro Fire is $3,500. That's what we got. And we make do, and it's because of folks like the folks that are behind me that put out, that show up, and they care time in and time again. So this couldn't be a better opportunity to showcase our team. Thank you so much again. Apologize for taking all your time, but yeah, happy Election Day.
Thank you. Supervisor Hume.
Is Jessica here? Okay, great. Well, I first want to say that what a privilege it is to represent District 5, because in moments like this, it allows me to delude myself into thinking we've saved the best for last, which is so much better than being stuck right in the middle like District 3. But I first want to point out the poignant words that Melinda said earlier. I had, I don't know, about a half dozen nominations, and every single one of them were worthy of receiving this award. And so to your point, there are individuals and organizations pouring themselves into the community that are all deserving of this recognition. And so thank you for bringing back this program that allows us this moment to at least recognize and lift up some of them. And I will say that I would be lying if it weren't the afterglow from the great report from the Black Child Legacy campaign that was sort of rolling around in my mind when I made this choice, because in it, come on over here, don't be so far away. In addition to obviously the physical environment and material things, one of the things that are critical to the healthy upbringing of children and babies and families is the mental health space of mothers who have hormones that are out of whack or maybe causing issues with them, as well as just the new reality of the magnitude of what they're facing with this little life that is now entrusted upon them. And so toward that end, Jessica, this is Jessica Walker, by the way. Jessica is an original founding member of Be Mom Aware Public Awareness Campaign, the California Task Force on the Status of Maternal Mental Health Care Report, and the Sacramento Maternal Mental Health Collaborative. And so using her volunteer efforts and leadership roles to advocate for new mothers and their families. Over the past 11 years, Jessica has been a tireless advocate for maternal mental health in Sacramento County, demonstrating a deep compassion in her efforts to erase the stigma surrounding postpartum depression, especially in the Black and Latino communities. And so I just, like I said, that wonderful feel-good moment of the campaign and what we've seen and the good progress we're making was rolling around in my mind, and I wanted to extend this congratulations and appreciation with a little resolution from the board to thank you for your tireless efforts. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So like, how do you follow up down power lines and like giving out water to firefighters and frontline workers? I was like, oh, of course I would be after them. But I want to first off start off by saying thank you to the Metro Fire certification, because
the people that are out here doing the work that you never know about, right? So I wanted to say thank you to them because that's amazing. I hope I can be that old and still be out here working. So thank you, everyone. First, I want to express my gratitude for the Heroes of Human Service Award, and to Robert Hickman for his support and nomination. This recognition means so much, and it's a privilege to be here today among so many dedicated advocates and leaders to support the Sacramento Maternal Mental Health Collaborative, and as a co-chair of the Sacramento Maternal Mental Health Collaborative. I first off want to say I wouldn't be here without my kids, who my heart, my inspiration, and my reason for pursuing this work is so deeply. To my children, thank you all. And I don't want to cry, but thank you all for your patience, your understanding, and your love. You've watched me spend time away from home, taking calls and attending meetings, knowing that every moment is dedicated to something bigger than myself for you all in the future. And I do this for you and the families in our community who need support, hope, and voice they can trust. To my husband, who has been my rock, and there to cook, because he know I can't cook, and wash the clothes, when the clothes need washing, and a shoulder to cry on when I feel frustrated and ready to give up. And to everyone here today that knows what it feels like to spend hours on the road or in meetings instead of with our families, it's a sacrifice, but it's also a choice we make to stand up for our community and work towards a better Sacramento. We do this because we see the need, and we feel a responsibility to fill it. To everyone here who shares that commitment, I want to acknowledge the sacrifices you've made too. Thank you for your dedication and resilience. So when we advocate for families in Sacramento, we bring attention to mental health, maternal health, and community wellness. We're laying a foundation for a stronger future, and we're making sure that no family feels alone, that every parent and child has the resources and community that cares for them and their well-being. I just want to say again, thank you, and I hope that this all helps make Sacramento a better place to live and stay.
Thank you. So we're going to take a 5 to 10 minute recess outside where there's a reception. But before we do that, we'd like to take a picture of all of you down at the well with the board. So if someone from the clerk's office can go out and get those old firefighters. That would be great. Thank you.
Is that up?
Thank you.
All right, we'll call the meeting back to order. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, Supervisors Cerna?
Here.
Desmond? Frost? Here. Hume? Here. Kennedy?
Here.
And you have a quorum.
Next item.
Okay, item 65 is the authorizing the incurrence of a Transportation Infrastructure Finance and Innovation Act, known as the TIFIA loan, and the issuance and delivery of related County of Sacramento Airport System revenue bond, approving the forms of and authorizing the execution and delivery of a TIFIA loan agreement and a supplemental indenture, and authorizing certain other actions in connection therewith, and to reimburse the Build America Bureau in an amount not to exceed $875,000.
Board, Colin Bettis, County Debt Officer. The item before you now is a request to authorize the incurrence of a Transportation Infrastructure Finance and Innovation Act, or TIFIA loan, not to exceed $40 million, and authorizing the reimbursement to Build America Bureau in an amount not to exceed $875,000. Chris Wimsatt, the Deputy Director of Finance and Administration for the Department of Airports, was instrumental in advocating for this loan and will give the remainder of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin.
Thank you, Colin. Thanks also for your support and the support of your team on this project. So, Chris Wimsatt, Deputy Director of Finance and Administration for the Department of Airports. Good morning, Chair Kennedy, members of the board. I'm pleased to come before you today to request your consideration for this first-in-the-nation airport TIFIA loan. Our planned $38 million loan will finance a portion of the $140 million pedestrian walkway project at Sacramento International Airport, a part of our SMF Forward capital program. Our project is unique in that it could qualify for TIFIA's rural category, providing expanded eligibility and at a much lower interest rate. While these rural terms are not guaranteed at this point, they are expected through the end of the negotiations. The use of TIFIA could result in more than $15 million in interest savings over the life of the loan versus traditional bond financing. And attractive loan terms also provide additional savings, as well as preserving financial flexibility in the future for the project. In addition to Colin and I, Mudra Patel from our financial advisor, PFM, is here in case you have any questions. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board? We have any public comment?
We do not have public comments for this item.
Move the item.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you very much.
Okay, for item 66, I need a motion to continue this to December 3rd at 10 a.m. This is the County Service Area Number 1, Zone 1, public hearing on the benefit category change and levy of increased service charges for the Watt and El Camino Chick-fil-A project.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Unanimous vote. Okay, for item 67, this is to accept Community Corrections Partnership Assembly Bill 109 Public Safety Realignment Plan 2024 update.
Here comes the short timer.
Yeah.
Did hear that.
You can say whatever you want.
That's what they tell me now. Get off the rails. Good morning, Chief Probation Officer Marlon Yarber. Good morning, Chair, members of the board. We've got a PowerPoint, and let's see if I can remember how to do this. So let's see. No, I think I'm good. So before you today with our 2024 realignment plan update. All right, there we go. As you'll recall, Assembly Bill 109 realigned certain categories of individuals committed to CDCR and then released to parole supervision, sent them back essentially, and made all similar cases for non-violent, non-serious, non-sex offenses, eligible for housing in county jails, and for supervision by probation. To lead local planning efforts, each county was also required to establish a Community Corrections Partnership, or CCP, comprised of all the agencies and community as well as victim advocates to support that effort. The CCP generates a plan each year. It's presented to all of you. It's also presented to the state by December 15th each year. And most importantly, I think the key task of that plan is that it informs the county budget process. So our CCP meets every other month. We're fortunate that we have an advisory board. I don't know that I see volunteer number one, but we're extremely fortunate to have Melinda Avey chairing our Community Corrections Partnership Advisory Board. They've been tremendously helpful and informative to our planning process as they've led efforts with community engagement, focus groups, really capturing the voice, I think, of the justice involved, and it's helped improve, the work product, if you will, as it relates to the plan itself. Losing my train of place here. So the CCP and its plan includes goals for each county. For us, our goals have remained relatively static, as the overarching objectives here are to reduce demands on the jail, obviously in alignment with our efforts to address the Mays consent decree, reduce recidivism and returns to custody, and then increase connection to community-based behavioral health services, speaking specifically just mental health and alcohol and drug treatment. Eligible programs tied to the legislative impacts are primarily supporting jail capacity, correctional health, and community supervision. Eligible programs, and this was hotly debated, if you will, amongst the CCP and the advisory body. We worked to really, prioritize what we saw as eligible programs that should be funded, and so I believe this is in the order in which the CCP approved last month. So first, mental health diversion and collaborative courts. Second, jail discharge supports, obviously connecting folks getting out of custody with benefit assistance, transportation, and housing linkages. Pretrial risk assessment and monitoring. I think we've spoken several times here about the impacts of pretrial and the effect of those services or impact of those services on the jail pop. And then alternative sentencing programs, speaking of home detention and work release, our day reporting centers, which at least I think a few of you at least are familiar with, pretrial needs assessments and supports, reentry services, expungement, and lastly, record modification services. Now for what I think is perhaps the most important aspect of the plan update this year, and I think it's, as I'm told, only the second time since inception of public safety realignment in 2011 that we expect the allocations to each county not to achieve the base level that was achieved last year, and we also do not expect any growth to be received by the county. My literal back of the envelope napkin math makes me think it's about $250,000 for Sacramento County. I think we're fortunate in that our Office of the Chief Financial Officer has been very much a part of these conversations, and I don't think there's anything that's going to be shorted, if you will, in the way of programs and services, but it does, I think, point to what is a concern going forward. We're fortunate as well in that we have rollover funds from underspending in prior years that also help to make us whole going forward. And so really just want to highlight for you that, we are in this kind of uncertain time, if you will, as it relates to the ongoing revenue stream. Also on the slide, just as it relates to future planning priorities, you recall last year we talked about improving our data reporting, adopting the definition of recidivism that the state has utilized. And so we hope to have better data to share with you all in years going forward. We'll continue to review annual program and service evaluation so that it can inform our planning efforts. And then as it relates to some of the feedback that we've received from community through our advisory board, we want to take a closer look at racial disparities, housing status, and of course impact on crime survivors. And with that, I will conclude the presentation and take any questions if there are.
Any questions from the board? Do we have public comment?
We do. We have two. I'm going to bring up that screen.
Thank you, Chief.
You're welcome.
Christopher is our first public comment.
Let me find my notes. Give me one quick second.
You want me to raise this up a little bit higher?
Oh, yes, please.
Yeah.
I'm pretty tall, and these cowboy boots give me an extra 2 inches.
Need to get a pair of those.
Cool. Let me begin. Hi again. My name is Christopher Camilo Carvajal, and I'm part of Decarcerate Sacramento. I'm here to share some feedback about how our county is utilizing AB 109, a vital funding stream for tens of millions of dollars that deserves more scrutiny from the Board of Supervisors. The intention behind AB 109 has always included alternatives to incarceration and decreasing our reliance on the jail system. But every year, the majority of funds go to staffing for probation and sheriff staff without any proven measurement of success toward these goals. A decade and a half and hundreds of millions of dollars later, are these departments reducing recidivism? Are we improving service delivery and truly interrupting the expensive and harmful cycle of incarceration when we give the bulk of the funds to law enforcement? A state audit in 2021 found that counties were not adequately evaluating the realignment programs to determine their effectiveness or to ensure that they are spending realignment funding in the most prudent manner. The audit asserted that realignment funding is far more expansive than what many counties had been interpreting. The Community Corrections Partnership has evolved in some positive ways, including community voices for the first time in 21, after advocates exposed that their legally required community seats had been vacant since 2012. The current plan does document the spending in a more transparent way, and we applaud the ad hoc committee that is beginning to look at racial disparities. But overall, we are deeply concerned that the changes are largely cosmetic. The board should provide more oversight and direction on these dollars, especially in regards to reducing the jail population. We need real metrics to show that we're actually working toward three main stated goals. 1, reduce the resource demands on our jail system. 2, reduce recidivism. And 3, increase connection to community-based behavioral health services upon release. Where can community members find accessible recording on outcomes of the programs being funded? We see in Appendix E that annual reports are required, but it's not clear where to find that information. If it's being collected, can that be posted on the CCP's website? Thank you.
Thank you. Keon Bliss.
The Community Corrections Partnership Plan states the county agreed that population reduction of the jails will facilitate compliance with the May's consent decree and underwent a jail population assessment that included policy and program recommendations to reduce the incarcerated population through lowering of lengths of stay, bookings, and future jail occurrence, including through implementation of community programs. The CCP's funding priorities should reflect a genuine intention of reducing the jail population by at least 600 people, the number constantly referenced from the O'Connell study. In addition to over $910 million in general fund dollars, probation is already receiving 50% of AB 109 dollars and the sheriff receiving 33%. Public defender is receiving as little as over 2% on a $60 million budget. The majority of AB 109 expenses are staff for probations and sheriff's departments, which fund 147 probation positions and 61 positions for sheriffs, but only 5 public defender positions and exactly 0 for health services. When it comes to things like transitional living, probation allocates only $15,000, and for residential treatment, $10,000. The $8 million Prop 47 grant seems like a positive development, but why do initiatives focused on health equity and services outside of law enforcement always come through grants? Why don't we dedicate dollars to them earlier? These proactive commitments will actually pay off. And our organization continues to work with community partners on our jail support program, where we meet individuals being released and offer the modest resources we can: a light rail ticket, a phone call, food and water, blankets, and emotional support. We do this on a tight budget and not nearly as frequently as we would like to. This county has so many low-hanging fruit opportunities to better care for people, and it's not going to happen through funding the sheriff and probation. We are not seeing the results. People are released in crisis with many of their basic needs unmet. And all county residents will benefit if we actually use AB 109 dollars to invest in community-based organizations, supportive services, programs geared towards health and racial equity that are separate from law enforcement and public defense.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Cerna.
Great, thank you. Question for Mr. Jones. So we heard from two speakers who offered some, I think it's fair to say, critique about the priorities reflected in our spending as it relates to implementation of AB 109 and the goals associated with that, which include, as was stated by our chief, addressing recidivism and in conjunction with the directives from the Mays consent decree to reduce the jail population. So can you say, or maybe the chief can offer some comments too, can you say what the kind of general relationship is relative to how we use resources, particularly for personnel in the Sheriff's Department and the Probation Department, and how does that advance kind of those two principal goals of addressing recidivism and reducing jail population? So I see the chief getting up and back you.
Back. So I'll just offer some comments. So I'm getting old, obviously. I was around when public safety realignment was, an idea the first time before it actually came into fruition. And lots of discussions around impacts to local systems. And so, we've heard over time, obviously, the conversation evolve and, why aren't more of these funds being utilized for things like behavioral health or treatment or housing. And that's simply because the agreements made when realignment first rolled out was that everyone recognized there would be impacts to jail, there'd be impacts to probation. And we've got to ensure we've got enough capacity for folks who no longer are going to prison.
Excuse me, Chief,
Sure.
In terms of what the state told all 58 counties, you now have to assume as a additional new responsibility, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
The responsibility, as I often say, you will get pennies on the dollar for, essentially. You won't get everything that CDCR was utilizing to support housing and supervision, when under their responsibility. And so really the funds were meant to support those initial impacts. And that has not changed. Our number of PRCS, I don't think, has changed really at all since inception. Our number of mandatory supervision folks has not changed. I think it's maybe gone up slightly. And so, I can't speak to, what the jail population might entail as it relates to realignment, but I can speak to probation. And so the comments about behavioral health and treatment are not lost on me, and so that's where I think it's important for the CCP and obviously the county to leverage all of the other funding streams that we know are available to support and address those needs. So, whether it's our Mental Health Services Act, when I was first hired, I was working on ACA with, connecting nurses and behavioral health to, probation clients, in our buildings. And so, we looked to other means because we knew that realignment funds were really for those impacts to jail and probation supervision. And just for a second, as it relates to evidence-based implementation, if you will, a lot of research around probation as a great alternative to custody. And so supporting probation in terms of supervision, I think, is really in line with that research.
And in terms of the concern, thank you for that. In terms of the concern expressed about, if I heard the speaker correctly, the reliance on grants, I'm going to assume, but I'd like to hear your thoughts on this, that when we are looking at trying to implement AB 109 and all the goals that come with that, the fact that the state, while giving us that additional responsibility, does not give us commensurate resources to implement it, and that's not just Sacramento County, that's all counties.
Everywhere.
I assume that when we, scrub what's out there in terms of grant opportunities to help us achieve that goal of implementation, that we're looking at grants not to supplant even general fund dollars, but to complement what the county is looking at in terms of its own net county cost.
No, that's accurate. And then, in addition, I'll just say, as I referenced kind of the use of 109, we're utilizing, probation's budget, millions of dollars from other sources to address those very specific needs.
Thank you, Chief.
You're welcome.
Okay, that's all the questions I see up here. Is there a motion? I'm sorry, I was looking at the wrong item. No, I wasn't.
It's a motion to adopt a resolution.
Yeah, so moved.
Yeah.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you. Next item.
Okay, for item 68, you're acting as the Board of Supervisors in the Housing Authority of County of Sacramento. This is the approval to delegate authority for intent to issue tax-exempt mortgage revenues bonds for affordable housing projects and amend the Sacramento Housing and Redevelopment Agency multifamily lending and mortgage revenue bonds policies for County of Sacramento to reduce annual administration fees.
Good morning, Christine Weichert, SHRA. The report before you requests authorization to delegate authority for issuance of tax-exempt mortgage revenue bonds for affordable housing projects if needed. Thank you. No, thank you, because I am not very tall. This is to meet application deadlines for the state of California, and we also would like to address updating SHRA's administrative fees. For background, mortgage revenue bonds are exempt from federal and state taxes, and for this reason, bonds are an important funding source for affordable housing as they lower interest rate on loans. Bonds for affordable housing in the city and county of Sacramento are issued by SHRA, acting as the housing authorities, and the bond issuance process is governed by Sacramento Housing Redevelopment Agency's multi-family lending and mortgage revenue bond policies. As the bond issuer, SHRA ensures the necessary project due diligence, financial feasibility, quality management, and on-site services, which are crucial to development's long-term success. Among other things, SHRA confirms adequate oversight by performing annual on-site inspections of units, common areas, and amenities. Property records, resident files, and resident services are reviewed. These activities play a vital role in confirming that residents are not overpaying for rent and they live in well-maintained and safe housing. If bonds are issued by another entity, SHRA does not have the authority to monitor the project, conduct compliance visits, investigate residents' concerns, or to replace property management companies if needed. All affordable housing projects that intend to use bond financing are required to have an inducement resolution approved by the governing board. To request an inducement resolution, the project developer submits an application to SHRA. Once this information is reviewed, SHRA staff finals the report for inducement. Adoption of the inducement resolution signifies the intent to issue bonds, but is not the final approval. Currently, approval of inducement resolutions require the staff have a report submitted within the county housing authority's required agenda deadlines. That report process includes internal reviews and requires the staff reports be completed approximately 8 weeks prior to the Housing Authority Board meeting. Since bond applications, which include adopted inducement resolutions, are only accepted by the California Debt Limit Allocation Committee 2 times a year, affordable housing developers are anxious to submit their application as soon as they have secured award of all their funding. In 2 recent City of Sacramento projects, developers received funding awards from the state less than 4 weeks prior to application deadlines, and we were unable to serve as the bond issuer. Staff simply did not have the adequate time to analyze and complete the information and meet the staff report deadline. Since we are not the issuer, we are not legally able to monitor the project. At the request of the Sacramento Housing and Redevelopment Commission, SHRA staff reached out to our bond counsel, ORIC, to determine if a solution could be found. ORIC suggested staff-level approval of the inducement resolution. Staff-level authorization of the inducement resolution does not represent the bond commitment by the Housing Authority or allow the applicant to proceed with the financing. The Board of Supervisors will still retain authority over the issuance of bonds through the required TEFRA hearing. The TEFRA hearing is a public hearing conducted by the governing body, such as the Board of Supervisors. It gives the opportunity for interested parties to express their views on the proposed bond issuance and the nature and location of the project. Even with the inducement resolution process delegated to SHRA's executive director, no projects would be able to proceed nor receive any funding without the required Board of Supervisors TEFRA hearing. The staff level approval of the inducement resolution would serve to expedite the process and allow more developers to participate in bonds issuance sponsored by the County Housing Authority. In addition to investigating the ability to move more quickly when issuing bonds, staff also took this opportunity to review our bond fee schedule as it compares to other issuers, as requested by Supervisor Kennedy in the Affordable Housing Workshop of September 10th. Currently, SHRA receives an annual bond administrative fee equal to 12.5 basis points times the original bond amount. This fee is commensurate with other agencies, public agencies, and it covers our compliance, monitoring, and administration of the regulatory restrictions. This fee is capped at $25,000 annually. This fee does differ, though, from the statewide issuers such as Cal FHA, Cal CMFA, and California Public Finance Authority. Two of the primary differences between SHRA's fees and these statewide issuer fees are statewide issuers only charge 5 basis points versus SHRA's 12.5, and statewide issuers charge fees based on the outstanding bond amount versus the original bond amount. As a result of our review, staff is proposing that the annual administration fee be reduced to 5 basis points of the outstanding bond amounts to be in line with the statewide issuers. But the fee should be not less than $15,000 annually to cover monitoring costs. This will make the annual bond fee consistent with SHRA's loan fee, which is not to exceed $15,000 annually, but still provide the revenue needed to monitor and enforce the bond restrictions and allow staff to respond to concerns brought to our attention by residents and community members. So, in closing, staff's requesting approval of the attached resolution, which allows staff-level inducement approvals and amending SHRA's multifamily lending and mortgage revenue policies to update our annual bond monitoring fees. And I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. Well, as you and Lachelle like to say, you know, every time something comes up about affordable housing, it's complicated, and especially when it comes to financing of affordable housing. So let me try and wrap my head around what's going on here. So if we were to delegate inducement authority, it still would require the TEFRA hearing before that project would be approved. And so is this a hurry up and wait situation wherein we're maybe putting the cart before the horse and getting somebody into a process that they still have a checkpoint that could, an uncertainty? Thank you.
So our goal would still be to bring back these inducement resolutions in a TEFRA hearing to the board prior to the application being submitted to the state of California. And I think that would occur probably 90% of the time. However, about 10% of the time, we are faced with a situation where these developers have all their funding, they're ready to get their application in, but they just can't do it without staff's this resolution. So I don't think it will be used often. I think it will only be used in emergency situations, and definitely we'd come back to the board as quickly as possible. But it wouldn't be rushing projects along. It would just be giving us the authority to review and then come back as quickly as possible.
And so maybe as sort of a compromise way to thread the needle on this, would there be a possibility to write into the processes that either our staff or us as supervisors are made aware of projects that are coming forward prior to this inducement resolution?
Absolutely, we would brief the board, right, Lachelle? Absolutely, we could write that in, but that would be definitely our intent.
Okay, and then so now shifting away from that, my second question has to do with the adjustment of the fees. The adjustment, as I understand it, is relative to the administration fee once it has been issued. And so I was provided a table from staff that looks at all the different state financing agencies and the fees that they charge. And you're getting into alignment at the admin fee level, but still higher at the application fee and issuance fee level. Is there a reason you didn't look at adjusting those fees as well?
I believe, we did look at we've never had anyone bring those to our attention, or affordable housing developers, like they have brought it to our attention, our annual fee. So that's number one. So we were aware of that. But number two, I think, in fact, I know we do much more due diligence at the issuance level than any of the statewide issuers. We review everything from property management plans to resident service plans to security to landscaping and design. We work very closely with the county planning department. So I know our fees are reflective of the amount of work we do, and I believe those statewide issuers are probably reflective of the amount of work they do at issuance.
Throwing a little shade at the statewide agencies there, but that's okay. So can you give me an idea of what is the workload at the application fee level and what is the workload at the issuance fee level relative to what you just spoke about?
So with the application, you're looking at every part of the project. You're looking at, like I mentioned many of them already, is relocation involved? What's the construction scope of work? What is the needed construction scope of work? What is the cost of that construction? What are the financing costs? What are the relocation costs? Again, property management, operating costs, resident services, especially if it has homeless units, how many case managers are there, what service will they be providing. There are many more, but so it's looking at the entire project, not only the construction up front, but the ongoing operations and making sure the funds are there to provide that ongoing operations. So that's sort of up front. After it's built, and what we're doing with these fees we just discussed today, the administrative fees, that is, as I said, going out on site, making sure that the site is well maintained, there's no housing quality issues, which there often are. The property management is keeping the files like they're supposed to. People aren't overpaying. There's not over concentration, like too many people in one unit. Especially the rents, we have to write all that up and present up reports back to the owner and how they're doing. And if they are not taking corrective action to correct any of those things, then we have to, go back and forth with them and make sure they do that. We have to report to the state of California every year on bonds.
This is all on the admin fee
workload.
Yeah. And so is it possible that somebody would pay for an application fee and that through your due diligence, the project would be deemed infeasible or the financing would be deemed infeasible? Or is this kind of a package deal? Once you pay an application, you're going to have an issuance and you're going to have an admin. And so then my last question is, I think I heard you say that the application fee and issuance fee are one-time fees and the admin fee is an annual?
Yeah, let me get that clear. So the application fee is $12,000. That is to cover our staff, some of our staff due diligence. And I didn't go into this, but then there's the issuance fee, which not only is that due diligence I spoke of before, without getting too weedy, there's also documents, there can be a stack of legal documents that are this high that have to be drafted by our legal department that we have to go back and forth with. Often like 12 other legal entities that are all involved with this financing. So part of the issuance fee is also these legal documents we're doing it. Again, we're just trying to recoup our costs. We're not, that's what we're trying to do.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I see no other questions. Do we have public comment?
We do not have public comments on this item.
Any more discussion from the board? Is there a motion? Second.
Thank you.
Unanimous vote. Item 69, adopt the 2024 Sacramento Countywide Transportation Mitigation Fee Program Nexus Study and updated SCTMFP fee rates, authorize the Director of the Sacramento County Department of Transportation to execute an amended agreement on operating protocols between Sacramento County and the Sacramento Transportation Authority for the SCTMFP and introduce an ordinance amending Chapter 16.91, Title 16 of the Sacramento County Code relating to the SCTMFP, waive full reading and continue to December 3rd for adoption.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Heather Yee. I'm a senior civil engineer with the Sacramento County Department of Transportation. Today's item is in regard to the Sacramento County Transportation Mitigation Fee Program, also known as SCTMFP. The Measure A ordinance requires the county and each incorporated city to adopt and implement a uniform transportation mitigation fee as a condition of receiving the Measure A sales tax funds. In 2022, the Sacramento Transportation Authority, also known as STA, took steps to update the SCTMFP Nexus study and the fee rates. At the June 2024 STA Governing Board, they approved the Nexus study and the updated fee rates. At the August 2024 meeting, the STA Governing Board adopted a resolution amending the SCTMFP operating protocols. Today, we are requesting the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors adopt the SCTMFP Nexus study and the fee rates. Secondly, that the board authorize the Director of Sacramento Transportation DOT Director to execute the amended operating protocols agreement. Today's item also introduces the ordinance amending Chapter 16.91, Title 16 of the Sacramento County Code relating to the fee program. This item will be continued to the December 3rd meeting for final adoption. Kevin Busey, the Executive Director of the STA, can assist with any questions from the board or from the public.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Seeing none, do we have public comment?
I have public comments for this item.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make an MOTION.
Worst acronym ever.
We'll second. Please vote.
Unanimous vote. For item 70, you're acting as the Welcome Home Board of Directors. This is the fiscal year 23-24 quarter one Sacramento County Welcome Home presentation and approval of the Sacramento County Welcome Home bylaws, operating budget and fiscal statement, emergency intervention plan, administrator and duty statement, and establish ongoing meetings pursuant to Health and Safety Code 1520.1F and Sacramento Code Regulations Title 22 Group Home Section 84322K and 84064F 1 through 7.
That's all.
Good afternoon. Siobhan Katari, Deputy County Executive. And I just wanted to make a couple of opening remarks about this item, and then I'll turn it over to our team. First of all, I wanted to absolutely thank our child welfare staff who are working tirelessly to keep kids safe in our community. With our Human Services Awards today, I think they also need to be recognized as unsung heroes. What we're going to be talking about today with the Welcome Homes represents a very small but significant portion of what child welfare does. As you know, and this board's made a lot of investments in preventing kids from coming into the system, and we've seen a lot of success in that area. And you've also invested a lot in what do we do with youth that have complex needs, and how do we build out that placement capacity. And over the last couple of years, our team's been working tirelessly to build out homes where youth can go, placement homes, because we know that the welcome homes are not where we really want kids to be. As a result of the continuum of care reform that occurred in 2015 at the state level, it really left counties in a precarious position of having to provide services without all the tools in our toolbox that we previously had. In the past, we would be able to place youth with complex needs and long histories of trauma into group homes with our private providers, and we weren't able to do that once CCR passed. We weren't able to pay for that level of service with state and federal dollars, and we weren't able to do that anymore because we really needed to shift youth into homes with families. So we are going to work to build out that placement capacity, and in the meantime, we're left with a scenario where we are trying to meet the needs, and our staff on the ground are trying to meet the needs of our youth, and there are some struggles. We continue to see youth who come with significant needs, mental health needs and trauma. I've been really proud of the work that our child welfare team and our behavioral health teams are doing together to put more and overlay more behavioral health supports in the welcome homes. And today we're going to just present to you some of the things that the teams have been working on and some of our future goals. So thank you.
Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you, Siobhan, for your opening remarks. And I suspect we'll hear more from the next speaker, but maybe what I can do is give that next speaker a heads up and maybe at the same time beat Mr. Samara to the punch here. I'm going to be very interested in hearing about what, if anything, we are going to do in terms of keeping staff safe.
Yeah.
I mean, our objective is no doubt to do what's in the best interests of the I call them kids, but some of them are, you know, as big as I am, and you know, they come with, as you mentioned, some very difficult trauma, and that sometimes manifests itself in violence. And so I don't want to disparage who we are trying to serve with our Welcome Home program, but I think just reiterating what safeguards we currently have in place is not going to be enough moving forward. So I'm going to be very interested in what creative ideas or new protocols, new safeguards we should be considering, and how we implement those in short order.
Absolutely. We're happy to share that with you today.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, board members. Michelle Callejas, Director of Child, Family, and Adult Services. And this is our first quarterly Welcome Home meeting. The time frame covered is this first quarter of fiscal year 24-25, so July, August, September. Because this is our first meeting, we'll be doing quarterly reports moving forward, and then also happy to address circumstances that have occurred in the past. I also want to acknowledge all our employees that are working in the Welcome Homes. We have 53 staff solely dedicated to that, and then we also have additional folks who do overtime as needed. But they are doing an extraordinary job in very difficult circumstances. And then I'd like to thank this board for their ongoing support as we navigate the challenges of this undertaking. And we look forward to your input about how we shape these meetings moving forward, and any input that you have that would help us improve operations at the Welcome Homes. So this is our agenda, and I know we're running late, so I won't read it all to you, but these are the areas that we'll be covering today. So the history of the Welcome Home, Siobhan just gave the main background of it. I think most significantly, our last attempt at trying to find placements for these young people was the Wet Center, which did not end well. Just as a reminder, we were issued a demand letter to cease operations at the Wet Center and to build out placement capacity. We entered into a stipulated judgment with Youth Law Center, which the court entered in June of 2023, and they retained 5-year jurisdiction over this effort. And as you'll hear a little bit later, we're making some great strides. So in order to move all the youth out of the Welcome Home, or out of the Wet Center, we leased 3 homes in the community, and they are providing short-term placements for our youth until we can find more permanent places. Since the Welcome Homes were licensed provisionally in May of 2023, May of 2024, we are now required to have a governing body, which is all of you. So in brief, this is the governance structure. As you can see, the board of directors holds ultimate responsibility over the facilities and is informed by the community advisory board and by the Welcome Home administrator. On September 26th, this board designated the Sacramento County Children's Coalition as the community advisory board. So the full bylaws are in your packet. I will go, so I'm not going to go through all of them. I will delve into Article 4, which is responsibilities of the board, as well as responsibilities of the group home administrator. So Article 4, with respect to board of directors, your responsibilities are to establish and approve policies and procedures that govern our Welcome Home operations. We've got about 8 or 9 policies right now that are in the process of being developed and approved, and they will likely, at least some of them, will be brought before you at the next quarterly meeting to approve. You're responsible for approving and maintaining our operating budget, reviewing and approving our emergency intervention plan, which I'll go into shortly, and to employ a Welcome Home administrator and keep record of their duties, which we have included also in the attachments. And then you're responsible for meeting quarterly.
Yeah, Michelle, on that last one for Article 4 on the approve and establish policies and so forth, while I would assume staff's going to make recommendations to the new board, and then we will vote on whether or not we approve of that, and then of course that will go through scrutiny from council and all of that. While you're doing that, I encourage you to take input from, as Supervisor Cerna, alluded to, is to take input from our staff who have been working there, who have been on the ground and see firsthand what's going on, and that you'll take that into account while you're developing those recommendations.
Yes, absolutely, and that is part of our process. So we'll get input from our staff. We work with what we call subject matter experts, which will be them, to help inform policies. And then we also go through county council. We work with our labor partners, and then it comes through for review, and then it will come to all of you for final approval.
Thank you.
So responsibilities of the group home administrator, and I will point out over here in the waving at you is Catherine Johnson. She's our division manager and was approved by CDSS to be our Welcome Home administrator. She's responsible, and us as a department, it is not just her, for providing direction and evaluation of the welcome homes, managing staff, reporting issues, recommending solutions. The full duties can be found in attachment 2, and they're set forth by CCL. So our operating budget, there's a full operating budget in the attachments, attachment 3, but here's a breakdown. The most significant, obviously, over half of our budget is dedicated to staffing. The next largest is contracted services, which makes up about 1/5 of the budget. Our security services contract with the Sheriff's Department makes up the bulk of this line item, but we also have staff training, youth recreational activities, and a youth mentorship program. Finally, our operating expenses and overhead make up the final 14% and 15%, respectively. This includes facility costs, supplies needed to feed and care for the youth, indirect costs related to operating the welcome homes, and other minor miscellaneous expenses.
So, Michelle, on this slide here, for the contracted services, you have Q1 actuals at $23,000, but the budget is for much larger number.
Yeah.
Why is that going to balloon so much?
Yeah, so the quarter one actuals don't include all of the actually incurred expenses incurred because the contractors haven't submitted all their invoices. The sheriff's department being the largest, they only bill quarterly. So we hadn't received it.
Thank you.
So you can see to operate 3 welcome homes, it's about $12.7 million annually. We are working hard to transfer these over to providers. They will be able to operate 3 of them for about $5 million less, which will not only allow our staff to go back to the social work they came into wanting to do, but also free up funding. So our emergency intervention plan is required by community care licensing, and it's to provide guidance on intervening when a youth is in crisis. And I just want to acknowledge that crisis situations are hard on youth and staff. Everyone is pretty rattled after events occur, either assaults, youth on youth, or assaults of youth on staff. And I know that many have been brought to your attention, and we work hard to address those situations as they arise, and I will tell you a little bit more about the training we provide for our staff. As Deputy County Executive Katari mentioned, our youth have experienced significant trauma. They can be easily triggered. They're adolescents, their brains are still developing, their brain development has been impacted by trauma, and they have great difficulty regulating their emotions. And for our staff, it's very difficult to anticipate when they're going to engage in erratic behavior, particularly if they've been utilizing substances. So given the challenges, it was important to choose a model that is trauma-informed and includes strategies focused on building and maintaining strong relationships with the youth. After doing our research, we selected therapeutic crisis intervention. It's an evidence-based model. In our queried counties, 5 out of the 10 shelter counties also use TCI, and it's recognized as one of the safest and most effective methods to address crises with youth in congregate care. We are currently providing training for the staff. There's 2 phases. The first one will be completing at the end of this month, I believe. Yeah, at the end of this month. And so they will receive certification on all the TCI interventions that do not include restraints. Phase 2 will include some physical restraint training as well.
Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. As it relates to the final bullet there, the 4th bullet, what is, now I have to read from the screen because it went off mine, but what is the recognition that this is a model that advances safety? And I assume this statement applies to both parties, both the young people that we're serving and staff. So what are some of the component parts of that make the model deserving of sort of the praise that is alluded to here?
Yeah, so the model consists of phase 2 goes into physical restraints of youth. So doing like non-aggressive but holding youth when they are trying to fight or engage with staff or other youth in a non-productive manner. It's focused on I'm sorry.
Does that mean sometimes, Michelle, that people come in various sizes and weights and abilities? So does that mean sometimes you might have the need for multiple staff to address a single youth that needs to be restrained in that manner?
Yeah, great question. So there are different sizes that are alluded to in the training, and then techniques when it's 2 or 3 staff that are intervening, all focused on not harming the youth, but really restraining the behaviors that are occurring. It's a trauma-focused approach. They focus a lot on de-escalation, taking steps to prevent crises from occurring. It's a model that has been reviewed by crisis intervention experts and approved as evidence-based.
And I assume that none of the restraining techniques or implements that we sometimes have to deploy during crisis moments involve things like handcuffing or anything like that?
No, we won't
Okay.
be handcuffing. No,
Okay.
no.
I think it's important you say that because when most people hear
Yeah.
restraint, that's what they think of.
No, it's a great question, and we will certainly work with county council on the trainings to make sure that we are, because it's also foster youth rights that we need to abide by. So it's a really, that line can be so blurry at times.
Thank you.
So staff training and safety. So we were not allowed to start the therapeutic crisis intervention training prior to getting licensed. So we provided a number of other trainings to our staff to try to equip them to be able to do their jobs well. Conflict resolution and de-escalation with adolescents. We trained on positive behavioral intervention and support. So really trying to promote positive behaviors, incentivizing those behaviors. And then Live Safe and workplace violence training. Live Safe is a self-defense training and evading attack, so it teaches different techniques. Staff were able to take one or the other, and we are currently providing trainings ongoing to allow staff that haven't completed them to complete them. Then once we received licensure, CCL prioritized what we had to do. So we had to focus on intake processes for youth entering the welcome homes, incident reporting, keeping track of our inventory when we do youth inventories, and then also how we handle youth complaints and grievances. Then the other training that is required by community care licensing includes Foster Youth Bill of Rights, welcome home expectations, and then personal protective equipment. For the PPE, and thank you, Chair Kennedy, for some of the suggestions you made. We were able to purchase higher grade gloves, one that protects against needles as they're doing youth inventory, and then another that protects against toxins related to fentanyl or meth. We also purchased arm sleeves so that when staff are going through belongings, if there is fentanyl in there, it doesn't come into contact with their skin. And then we upgraded masks to the N100s, which they provide higher levels of protection for toxins. And actually today and Thursday, staff are being trained on the proper use and fitting, because it does require that. And then lastly, we provide additional trainings beyond what is required in order to equip staff with additional tools that can support their practices. So natural and logical consequences, how to avoid power struggles, discipline and harm reduction skills for managing behaviors, and then secondary trauma training. So this board had asked that we survey other counties to learn about kind of best practices. And I will say that CCL considers their plan of operations best practice, and they provide a template to guide county processes. And it emphasizes a trauma-informed program and culture within shelter operations. So we reached out to other shelter counties. There are 10 total. 9 are operated by counties, 8 are operated by counties, and then 2 by, 8 are operated by counties, and then us, and I think Riverside is contracting. Yeah, I think Riverside is contracting. So 7 of the 10 counties indicated that staff are trained in evidence-based programming, right, that had to be approved as part of their emergency intervention plan. So 3 counties use TCI like we do. 3 use a similar approach that's called PROACT, and that one focuses on preventing crises through respectful interactions with clients. And then there's a smaller county that implements practices certified by the Crisis Prevention Institute. And then some do a combination of TCI and PROACT. So each county has selected their model based on their needs.
Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Michelle. I was going to wait till the end of the presentation to ask some questions, but I don't want to forget about some of the things that are popping into my head. Those, the shelter count, out of those shelter counties that you surveyed, do those counties all use a model, or I guess the similar model to what we have with these homes in residential communities?
All of us have to follow the plan of operations template that community care licensing set out.
Right.
So we all follow the same rules, regulations. They do give us flexibility on the types of training that we include for our emergency intervention plan. So you'll see, some using TCI, some using a different
in other
model.
words, the survey was more about the employee safety. It wasn't. May I wait till the end to ask the question about other counties and what other counties are using this kind of similar welcome home model exclusively for the foster youth that we're serving in these homes, or are they using maybe some residential homes and other models as well?
Yeah, they are using facilities.
They are.
Yeah, for the most part. Now, I believe one county is using Airbnbs, VRBOs, and I think they somehow got them licensed. But the others are all facilities.
Got it. Okay.
And they've been operated for decades by county staff that include an array of different classifications.
And it's the kind of approach we maybe would have done if not for the limitations of the wet center. We would have looked at other models. So getting back to, and I will have some follow-up later at the end,
Sure.
but with respect to the safety training, do any of those counties allow employees to wear like any kind of protective vest underneath the shirt or anything like that? Because I've certainly heard that as a concern, and we've heard it, I think, up here in public comment from staff that they would like to explore that.
Yeah, and we have not, there's no county that we surveyed that are using protective vests or gear.
Thank you.
Supervisor Serna.
Thank you. Just to follow up on Supervisor Desmond's question. In terms of that, it sounds like a statutory requirement in terms of the model that's used. Is that more a floor or ceiling? In other words, we take that model and everything that it includes for safety of both foster youth and staff, are we permitted by law to implement other measures that are additive in terms of enhancing safety for both?
Yes, as long as they don't violate foster youth rights.
Their Bill of Rights?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We can't, lock kids in the rooms, lock kids in the welcome home. We do have to abide by certain standards.
But let's say one of the elements is, I don't know if this is the case or not, but just by way of example, that you do a search, on their person every time they come and go. Is there, could you do it more frequent for cause? If let's say you find a knife on someone one time, and so now you suspect that, that individual may be, for whatever reason, feeling compelled to have a dangerous weapon on their person on a regular basis, which I assume is not permitted while they're on the premises. Could we have like more frequent checks like that? Is that going to violate bills of rights?
No, it doesn't. So when youth come in, we do an inventory and logging of all their belongings, and we have storage bins for them that are locked. If a youth comes in and we suspect, right, that they've brought substances into their room, we can search their room. We can search their person, like we ask them to, pull the pockets out, open their jackets. So we can, with cause, do a search versus just an inventory.
Okay.
If I can add to Supervisor Cerna, I think this is one of those finding the balance so that we're not treating youth in the child welfare system as though they're in the criminal justice system, and that's what the Youth Law Center really focused on when we had to leave the WET Center. One of the things I will add is that the team is working with a security company, our security company, or another one, to actually look at using metal detectors or wands now. It's something that we had at the WET Center, something that made staff feel safer. We did not utilize those. I will say that we were just talking to Riverside County not too long ago, and they do a similar technique, although it's being frowned upon by the state, so we're trying to find that balance.
I completely understand the interest and need to try and make the welcome home environment as different as possible in some respects as a locked facility. However, I'm talking about repetitive behaviors that might warrant somehow treating not everyone, but maybe an individual a little differently, so that for their safety as well as the safety of staff, and maybe that even warrants some of the protocols that perhaps were part of a previous experience in a more clinical setting.
And I believe our staff are able to do that. If there's a young person that continues to bring in substances, and we have suspicion, then we can search their belongings, and then we contact law enforcement. They're not going to do anything about marijuana, but we do confiscate it. But if it's meth, then law enforcement does respond.
By the way, speaking of substances, I assume all staff in welcome homes have a lanyard Narcan around their neck.
I don't know if they have them around their neck, but we have several in all the homes, and sadly have had to use them on a couple of occasions.
Yeah,
but it saved their
we're doing
lives.
that in so many other contexts in terms of other county staff.
Yeah.
Totally different agencies,
Mhm.
some of which have nothing to do with the criminal justice system or the
Yeah.
foster care system. So I would certainly recommend, in addition to some of the measures that Supervisor Kennedy has suggested, that be something to be considered, where you literally have a visual surety that someone has Narcan, immediately available to administer.
Yeah, thank you for that.
So Michelle, you talked about this is going, this is what you're going to get when you have the board, So you said that, they search the belongings, but they can't search the person, correct?
They can if they have reasonable suspicion. And I believe, and I'm going to just consult with Kathy, that law enforcement comes if we're going to search the youth on their person, other than asking them to take their... Yeah, so we can ask them to remove their pockets, but if we think they have a weapon, or a young person somebody else has said they've got a weapon, we call law enforcement and they come out.
But they can't be restrained, so you and I have had these conversations many times, so you know what's coming.
Yeah.
But they call the sheriff's department, say, and then they just leave because we can't restrain them.
Right, and that's happened.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
But law enforcement gets out there pretty much within 3 to 4 minutes when we call. Now, after hours for in the middle of the night, it goes through their regular 911 operations.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so the other counties, 9 of 10, all do different inventories. 7 of them screen when they leave without permission and then come back. So we're pretty aligned with the other county operations. Theirs is just a little more manageable because it's one facility, one entrance, and they're able to contain things a little bit more. So quarterly data, per statute, the last 3 data points are what you are required to receive as a board. But we thought, in order to paint a a broader picture, we were also including our daily census, including demographics of the youth, number of youth involved with probation, and then number of overstays. So these next couple of slides will cover the data from, again, this quarter, July 1 through September 30. So during this quarter, we had 64 unduplicated youth served at our welcome homes. 63% identified as female, 34% as male, and 3% transgender. Notably, 84% of our youth in welcome homes are children of color, either African American, Latino, or Native American. 14 of the 64, or 22%, were probation involved. And then the average age, you can see, is 14.2. This was kind of that average brought down a bit when we have sibling sets. Sometimes there are younger kids that come with the sibling sets, and we do everything possible to keep them together. So you can see the last two columns, we had 8 sibling sets totaling 23 kids. You'll also see on average we had about 12 youth across the 3 homes. I think today's census we've got 8 across all 3 homes. The census has been going down. When we left the wet center, it was between 18, 20, upwards of 23 at points. So with all the placement capacity we're building, we've been reducing census at the welcomes homes, which really helps prevent or reduce inclinations for aggressive behaviors.
Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. So I wouldn't expect you to have this readily available, but I'd be interested to know the race ethnicity pie chart up there. The fact that more than 4 out of 5 youth are black and brown youth. How does that compare to the ethnic breakdown of our staff? In other words, I want to know, at least based on race, how close our staff are to the people that they're serving in terms of that part of their lived experience that is based on race. It's one thing for a white male to staff person to try and understand what a 14-year-old African-American young lady might be going through. That's going to be a lot different if it's an African-American older staff person that has that same opportunity. So I'd be curious to know what that relationship is like.
Great question, and that's something we can readily put available. I know we have a significantly diverse staff in our department, but I'll look specifically at the welcome homes.
Great, thank you.
While we're interrupting you, I kind of blown away by the gender gap there. That's really surprising. Is there an explanation? Why is it so much higher for females?
I don't know. What I do know is we've had, a lot of incidents involving our young girls. I don't know if it's that adolescence. They ping off each other. The boys, they get aggressive and then they move on. There's just teenage girls. I'm not sure what the dynamic is, but we find a great deal of difficulty finding placements for them.
I'm certainly not the expert you are, but I would also assume that some of that has to do because of the fact that they're victimized.
Absolutely, and the trauma that they experience comes out differently than in our males. And we have a local provider who's been a great partner over the years, but stopped accepting females years ago because of the different complicating factors that come with that.
Sure, Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to follow up on some of these. Yeah, it's striking, just the disparity in gender and also the race and ethnicity. How does that compare with other urban counties in California, these percentages? Do you know, Michelle, off the top of your head?
With the other shelter care?
Yeah.
That I don't know, but I think we can find that out. I mean,
do you know if we're way off compared to okay, this is pretty consistent. And then with respect to the gender issue, I hear so many young girls are being lured into sex trafficking. They're being trafficked themselves, and in Sacramento in particular, which is really kind of an epicenter, unfortunately, for that. And I wonder if that influences how many girls end up in this situation as well. So
that could, and when the jurisdiction to serve young girls being sexually exploited shifted from probation to child welfare, we began seeing that dynamic. Sadly, all youth in our community could be potential victims of sexual exploitation. Once you've been in foster care and the victimization and trauma they've experienced in their very short lives makes them even more vulnerable as a target.
Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair, and I too apologize for the interruption, but I just want to make sure I heard what you just said. The decriminalization of underage prostitution shifted responsibility of those youth from a justice-involved probation situation over to our child welfare?
Yeah, that was back in, I think, 2014. I think it was back in 2014. It was Senate Bill 855. All counties agreed, all child welfare agreed, and probation that there's no such thing as a child prostitute. It did bring forward a population to child welfare that we weren't equipped to just jump in and serve. But I think we've done some really good programming here in Sacramento. We even have a court dedicated specifically to young people being sexually exploited. We've got contracts with a number of providers, as does behavioral health, all serving young people who are being sexually exploited. There are so many complicating challenges with that population. And our youth are groomed just like child sexual abusers groom children. And it is insidious, and these girls think that their traffickers love them. And so it is a really hard dynamic to shift. But we've done some really good work here locally, and we have social workers who specialize in serving foster youth that are being sexually exploited.
And so when you say there's no such thing, that's because they're being trafficked.
Right.
Okay.
They can't consent to, yeah.
And so do we have protocol in place to deal with the traffickers?
So our team is aware of, like, when they see the same cars coming around, we try to get license plates. We do work with law enforcement. I know one of our law enforcement officers was involved in a sting there where they were able to arrest the guy that was trafficking one of our youth. So we do work with sheriffs on that. And when we were over at the receiving home, same thing. We put cameras up that could read license plates. And then also having the sheriffs just stop by the homes is a deterrent. They see the car out there. So we do everything we can and work with the youth. Some of them have advocates from WEAVE who we contract with to work with them to try to get them out of the life. So we've taken a number of measures.
Thank you.
Okay, so our discharge data, we were curious, like, where are our kids going when they exit the welcome homes? So of the 74 duplicated discharges, because some, we had 64 unduplicated, but some leave and return. Almost 53% exited to parents, relatives, or resource parents. So 16% returned to their parent or guardian. 12% went to a foster family agency. 11% went to an emergency enhanced intensive services foster care family. 7% went to a relative. Then 8% were discharged to a residential treatment facility. 8 were discharged to youth detention facility. And then 1 youth exited care at 18 and juvenile dependency was terminated. And then on the far left, you'll notice that 30% of all discharges were categorized as unauthorized due to youth leaving the facility without permission. So incident reports. So these were all the incident reports filed during this quarter. You can see that there was a total of 153 incident reports. What's important to point out is that there were 77 related to unauthorized absences. So these are kids when they leave the welcome homes. We are required to file an incident report. So 77 of those were related to that. 50 of those 77 were reported to law enforcement because we're also required not just to do a CCL report, but to file a law enforcement report when kids leave without permission. 27 were not reported to law enforcement because they were only gone for a few minutes, right? They left, came back, and staff hadn't called law enforcement yet. So there were 17 incidents involving law enforcement that did not involve an unauthorized absence. Those involved property destruction, substance use on site, and then physical aggression. And you can see the data broken down into the categories, which are delineated by community care licensing. But some of the incidents may fall into, the same incident may fall into two different categories. So for example, could be contraband and substance use and maybe property damage. It's one incident, but in several different categories. What isn't noted on here, but we will note moving forward because it is a CCL category, is the youth or the staff assault. So you can see injury-youth about halfway down. We are tracking injury to staff. So those will be, we didn't have any this quarter, but we will be tracking those moving forward.
Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. And so I'm hoping that you'll have a little bit more breakdown too in terms of injury to staff, type of injury requiring hospitalization or not. You know, those types of kind of subsets.
Yes, absolutely. Any other questions on this? You can see the Madison House, which is our girls' house, has the highest number of its incidents, followed by Chicago, which is our boys' house, and then Pasadena. And Pasadena is typically a house that maybe have the sibling sets or youth with special circumstances. So these are community care licensing reports. So these are all the interactions community care licensing has had with our 3 welcome homes. There were 10 visits during this quarter, and we were cited for 31 items across the 3 houses. Many were duplicated across the houses. And while it sounds like a lot, it's not surprising as our staff really get to understand all the rules and regulations that pertain to running a licensed facility. But we learn every time they come out and put in practices to make sure we adhere to them moving forward. So several items we were asked to correct, including some administrative oversights, like our license wasn't posted in all 3 homes. Training logs and personnel files are required to be on site. Ours are electronic, so we had to figure out how we get them on site. And then we didn't have signed job duties. All employees in the welcome homes have to sign their job duties, so those weren't in the file. So they go through all the different steps. There were 5 complaint investigations. Of those, 3 were unfounded, 1 was unsubstantiated, and 1 is still pending a conclusion. And we didn't receive any state ombudsperson visits, and we did not receive any administrative actions.
Who does the investigations?
Community care licensing, they're licensed analysts.
Okay.
Yeah. So placement capacity expansion. So we've got a pronged approach for expanding placement capacity in our community. We started with the county-operated welcome homes to immediately get youth into licensed settings and comply with the stipulated judgment. But simultaneously, we engaged several local providers and even providers that hadn't worked with us in the past to try to develop an array of home-based placements as well as expand some options for short-term residential therapeutic programs. So you'll see the emergency enhanced intensive services foster care. We've got 3 providers that are building up capacity for those. Those keep our kids for 60 days while we find longer-term placements. The enhanced intensive services foster care will keep our young people for 9 to 12 months, and that's really what we need more of, is those 9 to 12-month stays. So we'll be working with our providers on building up that option. And then we also contracted with a welcome home, and we are looking at contracting for 2 more, which would get us down to 1 county-operated welcome home. It's important to note another strategy to increasing capacity, or at least reducing the need for emergency capacity, is our relative engagement and placements. Children placed with relatives or those known to them have far better outcomes, including better placement stability, less need for shelter care or residential care. They're more likely to complete school, and they're less likely to stay in care for a long period of time. And I think we started this focus, and Supervisor Cerna, you also brought it to our attention, and we are utilizing your funding well, and we'll be back with a different plan later in the year. You also heard Mr. Kemp speak about the Father Engagement Initiative. We have not been strong in that area of engaging our fathers. And when you don't engage the fathers, you're leaving out 50% of potential relatives that could provide care and supervision for their kin. So we are really focused on that effort. I am happy to say, I think we last reported to you in December of 2023, our relative placement rate was 21.7%. And we're now at 36%. Still have a ways to go. We want to get well beyond 50%. But we think the strategies we're putting into place will come to fruition and get us back up there.
Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Michelle, and thank you for that. But the family placement emphasis, I think, is great. Making progress, more work to be done, and the focus on fathers. I appreciate that. Just since you're on this slide, with the contracted welcome homes, so right now, the Chicago, Pasadena, Madison, those are county staff.
Correct.
And then we have 1 contracted home also in Fair Oaks or something, right? Okay, got it. And so even when we contract with the other 2, we will still keep 1 county staffed welcome home,
At least
correct?
for now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Just want to clarify.
And then here it breaks down, and this is really exciting. So if you think back to July of 2023, we had 0 emergency placements in our community. So you can see for the home base, we now have 15, and our goal is to add 17 more based on the contracts we have in place with our providers, which would get us to a total capacity of home-based settings of 32. Again, if we reduce the need, I think that 32 will go a long way. Additionally, we currently contract out for 2 welcome homes. 1 is for 6, 1 is for 3. Our goal is to add 12 more, which will be 2 more homes. So I believe we're looking at Chicago and Madison that these providers will take over, which will leave us with just 1 home. And then we've also expanded short-term residential therapeutic placement capacity. We've expanded locally by 6, and then we have 10 more coming online, and these ones are going to be important. They're not going to be the traditional 6-bed STRTP. We've got one provider that wants to focus specifically on young people that are being sexually exploited, so have a specific programming, a small number of youth there. And then another is looking at another specialized short-term residential therapeutic program that can focus more on assessment, diagnostics, and also attend to some of our higher needs youth. So we hope to get the total capacity of 75, and again, by increasing relative placements, continuing to reduce the number of kids that come into care, I think we will get there. With respect to having one county-operated Welcome Home, our hope is to get down to 0 soon. I think by next year we'll be down to 1. One of the challenges, and we'll have to figure that out internally, and maybe when we get the placement capacity up, it won't be an issue, but our providers still have the right of refusal. So they can say no to taking our kids, and they can also kick our kids out. Because these kids are in our care and custody, we can't do that. You know, we kick them out and then someone's going to call CPS, right? Because we're abandoning our kid. So we will have one, but we will do our best to get out of that as well. So that's something that we'll have to work on and really work with our providers to try to get to kind of that no eject, no reject agreement.
Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to wait till the end, but if you advance one slide.
You're there.
There we go. So first of all, I just want to acknowledge, Michelle, that the effort that you and your staff and Deputy Executive Qatari has been putting into this. You know, and we had a meeting with the chair offline and with Mr. Samara, and looking at kind of short-term, mid-term, long-term, and the short-term being, as Supervisor Cerna said, providing for the safety not only of our staff members, but also of the children who are in our care. And I think it was a very poignant comment that was made earlier where somebody said that many of these situations were these children's exposed to that in their homes, they would be removed. And so now they're in our care and being exposed to that. And so that's an untenable situation, obviously, and there's no easy solution, unfortunately. But one of the long-term solutions that we talked about is if we need to go back for a legislative fix to either provide a little more discretion or flexibility in some of the laws that have been passed, particularly the Foster Youth Bill of Rights, as well as I think that this AB 403 might need to take another look at, you know, that's only 9 years ago that we swung a pendulum pretty far. And so maybe is that not the correct solution, and we should look at dialing that back a little bit. But I did have a question. One of the early slides talked about the Community Advisory Board. Who is on that board, or what is the makeup of that board?
So that's our Sacramento County Children's Coalition. So it includes, I believe, folks that you have appointed from your districts.
Okay.
And then community, there's like different seats that are represented on the Children's Coalition.
Sure, but it's not specific to Welcome Homes.
They are the community the Sacramento County Children's Coalition as a whole is not, but in their role as Community Advisory Board, they're responsible for coming to you at least once a year to provide recommendations about Welcome Home operations and recommendations for improvement.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, and thank you, Michelle. And I also want to preface everything I'm saying with thank you for your amazing work, and Melissa and Catherine and what you do. I know it's so challenging, and I particularly appreciate Melissa's continued engagement with my office, because these homes are in neighborhoods, right? And
Thank you for that.
We hear from neighbors. Well, so I want a couple things I want to clarify. So we're always talking about 5, really. When you include the Children's Receiving Home, we're 5. So, okay, the one in Fair Oaks and Children's Receiving Home, currently under contract. 3 are county run. We're going to reduce those down to 1. That's in the kind of shorter term, correct? And, you know, I, too, have met with Mr. Samara and Mike and other staff whose name is escaping me right now in my office. and really disturbing meetings. And I think you have staff working in these homes that are so dedicated to protecting these kids. Certainly want to protect themselves, want to protect these kids from themselves and from the predators that prey on these kids. And it is an awfully tough job. So I certainly share Supervisor Cerna's, and I think, well, all of us, obviously, the concern we have for our own county staff and for the children we serve and for those living with those children who may be causing problems. Will we be keeping track of these statistics on incidents in the contracted homes? Because I know it wasn't included in this pie chart that you showed us.
Yeah, we don't have purview. So the contracted homes have their own board of directors, but they are subject to the same regulations that we are. So they also get unannounced home visits from community care licensing and may receive citations. That is all on the public. There's a transparency page at the state's website under community care licensing, so you can look up our homes, you can look up our contracted homes, facilities throughout the state, and it'll show visits, citations.
But I'm talking about the incident reports. Will we get that? Melissa's shaking her head. But
Yeah, not for contracted providers.
Not for contracted provider.
Right.
I think that's valuable information, though. I mean, isn't that valuable for us to know whether those contracted providers are doing their job, or maybe doing a better job than?
Especially if it results in injury to the kids.
That's right, exactly. Because we may be reducing the impact on county staff,
Right.
but we're certainly that dynamic with the kids and their safety still exists. So.
And maybe I can add to, and correct me if I'm wrong, Michelle, but when we place kids in different, whether it be foster homes or whether it be STRTPs, we do have that information. So we do have access to information for our Sacramento County kids. Not all of it's posted on the public website for CDSS, but the aggregate is. Now, if we wanted to get more detail because we've placed those children, we absolutely could do that.
Okay. I mean, I think that's crucial for our oversight role over these contracted providers, certainly. And with those go ahead.
Can I just add, they are required to let us know if one of our kids has been harmed in care. So they are required
I just don't want to get into the dynamic. Okay, we're going to contract this out, but we're still dealing with all the same problems, and it's not getting better, right?
Right.
You know.
Right.
And in terms of the contracts, and I know we'll be coming back and having more discussions about that. Will they? I imagine they will still be contracting with the sheriff's department. That will be incorporated into the contract, I'm assuming.
The contracted providers?
Yes.
No, they don't have a contract with sheriffs. They take care of things in-house.
Private security?
They don't have security.
Well, who's going to respond? Because they're still going to have incidents with drug dealers showing up and predators and children themselves, maybe with edged weapons and illegal drugs. Who are they going to? They'll just call the sheriff like a private citizen?
We can certainly talk with them about whether they want to have law enforcement as a contract that we would pay for. We can certainly engage in that. Our local STRTPs don't have contracts with law enforcement. I think some have security, some don't. Even the other shelter counties, some have security, some don't. And they try to use law enforcement very infrequently. So that's certainly something that we can talk with our providers about, to just say, hey, this might be higher level here. We are also trying to do our best to not overwhelm them. Having 6 girls, teenagers in one small home is not ideal. So we are doing whatever we can to set our providers up for success.
And I certainly appreciate that. But I was just assuming, they're going to be inheriting the same inherent challenges that we deal with now. And I would submit that our county staff probably does it better than anybody can. So I can't imagine a scenario where they're not going to still be as reliant on law enforcement.
If I could kind of dovetail off of Supervisor Desmond's line of questioning and commentary here, it seems to me that for the contracted providers, I'd want to know, do they have a best practices that they deploy for keeping their private staff safe? I know they have to abide by the same rules, but do they do things differently that ends up with their personnel being safer than our personnel currently are?
So I'll say that the current contractors, Progress Ranch Youth Services out of Yolo County, and they have run short-term residential therapeutic programs, so they have that experience running residential care. We have had our supervisors go over and shadow, and they've brought back, practices. Ms. Johnson is also setting up to have our social workers go over to shadow how they're engaging with our youth and serving them. So we can certainly find out the trainings, the specific trainings they provide, whether it's TCI or PROACT. It has to be something that's evidence-based, that the state approved. But we can certainly look at their emergency intervention plan and find out what are they doing that maybe we could also do differently in our homes.
I think it would be fascinating to understand the nature of outcomes as it relates to assaults and other occurrences between a contracted location and one that's not. Because if the data that comes out of it tells me and us that there's a different outcome that's more affirmative in terms of de-escalation or fewer injuries or what have you, that's the lowest hanging fruit there is. I don't know why we wouldn't want to understand that a little bit better. So if I could...
Can I add one more point, and I'll yield to you. Sorry about that, Supervisor Cerna. So one thing before I forget. So, we talked a little bit about some of these other counties, that they're not all doing this same model that we have. Is it our intent that this welcome home model that we have adopted here, is that going to be our permanent solution, or are we all going to be always going to be open to other alternatives?
We're always open to other
question.
alternatives.
I was hoping that would be your response.
Yeah. We really developed the welcome homes out of necessity.
Right,
and
exactly. It was an urgent situation. Because I do think, and I've had some discussions with Siobhan about this, and certainly we've talked to some the county staff in these homes and the sheriff's department as well, and other county supervisors in the state. And you mentioned it, they some use facilities, which I think there's an inherent challenge being in a neighborhood at times.
Yep.
I know we have a scattered site model for homelessness, scattered site, which is wonderful to bring them into a neighborhood, and sometimes it results in better outcomes. I think sometimes with this population of youth we're dealing with, it may be making it more difficult in terms of, I think the ability to hide in neighborhoods, the ability of the predators, the drug dealers, and the others who would make conditions worse for these young people. So I just hope we will always be, if an opportunity comes up, we'll take advantage of it, and we're open to it. Thank you.
Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. Totally different line of questions and comments here. But what I didn't see in any of the slides, or even in just some of the anecdotal oral testimony that you've provided, Michelle, is do we have an understanding of how many youth that I guess are at a particular age where they have an option of pursuing emancipation do decide to do that? And if they do, and they can, as residents in these welcome homes have the assistance of staff to pursue that?
So I can certainly get the data, but we have very few youth that emancipate. I will say that we've got 16 and 17-year-olds that if we had a housing program for them, they're pretty independent. They're very clear they are not going to go to another home-based setting or even a residential, because they've been harmed so much by adults they were trusting of. And if we had another option for our 16 and 17-year-olds, and Supervisor Hume has heard us talk about this for the transitional housing program for minors, but the state won't establish a rate for that. It's not just the state. I believe it's a federal requirement. But for all intents and purposes, like they could be at an apartment complex with 24/7 on-site case management, right? You can have one apartment that has computers so they could do their work. But these kids, some of them are independent, some of them are going to school, some of them are working, but they're not going to go to another home and just get rejected again. They don't want to emancipate. They go on to extended foster care. Many of our youth, once they turn 18, we get them right into a transitional housing program. So they're just kind of buying time to get there.
Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? No, I just want to, Michelle, say that, this probably went more into the weeds than you had expected. But it's because if we're going to be asked to take on this role, we have to consider ourselves to some degree subject matter experts. And so I appreciate the questions from the board. I also appreciate the role that staff played in Supervisor Hume in recent meeting with Senator Ashby, and there's more to come. She showed a very strong willingness to, meet with us in a future legislative session to look at where we could maybe move the pendulum back to the middle a little bit. That swung a bit too far with some of the regulations and the limitations that we have. And I think that will be helpful, and I intend to continue to pursue that long after you're sitting on a couch somewhere watching these meetings on TV. so thank you very much. Do we have public comment?
Robin Blanks.
Good afternoon. I'm Robin Blanks-Guster, Chair of the Sacramento Children's Coalition and also Chair of the Community Advisory Board, CAP, for the Welcome Homes. I just wanted to let you guys know that we're taking our role seriously and that some of us have visited and toured the Welcome Homes because we're very invested in this since we are overlying and watching what they're doing. We have also talked to some of the social workers, and we've had them come and present, but we plan on having some more come and present. And we also want to be of assistance to you as to what you all would like to see from us when we do present our report. We will be here on a quarterly basis with them because we hopefully will continue to get their report just before they give it to you so we can see what is there and what's missing. I really wanted to thank Supervisor Cerna and Supervisor Patrick for bringing up the disproportionality. Thank you much. But we did notice that was missing and that there were some education links missing for the truancy and absence of the children, that their mental health support, because we were interested on, we know they're coming in, but when are these mental behavioral health people coming in? Because they're going into these houses and the children are there. And if they're not getting seen within the day or two that they're there, it's just, to me, it seems like they're just asking for trouble. So we would also like to see how that works. And then we need a little clarity on the program administrator assignment and duties and the sheriff's scope of work with their current contract, what they actually do and don't do. We also would like the update on the camera and security because we know when we were there, their cameras weren't working at the houses. So we wanted the update for that. And then we just had some concerns concerning that 1/3 of children being discharged to the unauthorized absences. So if we can be of any assistance to you or to them, we're available.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Robin. Tezra Sledge.
Good afternoon. I want to thank you guys, all of the Board of Supervisors, for meeting with myself and Ted and some of the engagement social workers and child development specialists that work in the Welcome Homes. I don't want it to be lost on management that we did meet with Michelle and Siobhan prior to meeting with you guys, and Michael brought up the gloves and the masks and things of that nature, right? But it wasn't until we met with you and you brought those to the department that they said, oh, let us do this. The other part about it is the assaults. I'm not sure how there were no assaults this last quarter. I'm not sure what incidents reports are being brought to Michelle or which ones are not. There was just an assault on a supervisor the other day, so I'm not sure where these reports are coming from. As far as the law enforcement getting involved, as you all know, like you said, when the kids are there, yeah, you can have them, ask them to empty out their pockets. They don't have to. Law enforcement is going to tell the engagement social workers, they live here. You cannot let them not come in this home. This is their home for all intents and purposes. The difference between the community providers and the difference in Sacramento County Welcome Homes is that those community providers, as Michelle said, can say, no, we don't want to take these kids. We don't want to deal with these kids. And therefore, they have to come back to the welcome home. So I'm not sure how one welcome home is going to work when you're going to have different genders, right, under one roof with different mental problems, different emotional issues, different physical issues, different ages. How are you going to put all of those kids in one welcome house if that's what you really want to boil it down to? Again, and we've said this multiple times, instead of investing these monies into homes, it needs to be a facility with wraparound services, right? Mental health services, emotional health services, and have security on site. These, and I know my time is over, but these homes that are being run by the community providers, they are hands-on. And that's another reason why these kids, some of the kids will stay, but a lot of the kids will come back because those homes are hands-on and they have hands-on security as well. We do not.
Thank you, Desiree. And to be clear, just for data purposes, the numbers you saw were through September, so anything that happened in the last few days would not appear on there. Ted Samara.
Okay. So, thank you. I know I met with David not too long ago. A couple of you I met with, and you all asked me a question. I think even Sylvester asked me the question is, Ted, do you ever say anything good about what we do? And so here I will say thank you. I think getting to this point to where you as the Board of Supervisors have oversight on what's going on with these Walkman homes, we're going to see some progress. I want to thank you all for meeting with us, and I know we have continued meetings going forward, but addressing staff concerns. Thank you, Supervisor Cerna, Supervisor Kenny, Desmond, Hume, and Frost for bringing that as a priority, because it's a priority for us. All right. I know you're all used of me coming up here and spitting fire. It's part of what I have to do as an executive director of a labor organization, is sometimes to get the attention. I know this is something that is really a really dear issue for us. Because of the work that the social workers do, it shouldn't be lost. They are heroes too. They come into work every day. I hear countless stories, concerns, issues, but at the end of the day, they want to do their job and they want to help these children. These children weren't brought into this world by their choice and put in this situation to where they're going to have to be part of this welcoming homes. If it was a perfect world, we wouldn't need this, but it's not. And so thank you. But it shouldn't be lost that the policies and procedures, the tools that social workers still do need yesterday, we can't wait till next year to start implementing some of this. We need to do it now. So I'm hoping to work with the department if they ever do notice us. Well, they're going to have to notice us if it's going to impact terms and conditions of employment, to start working on this for the betterment, not only of our members, but of these children. So thank you.
Thank you, Ted. Okay. That's all the public comment. Any more comments from the board, or do we have a motion? I will move staff recommendation. Second. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you. We do have closed session on the 7th floor, and we will reconvene at 2:30. Call the meeting back to order. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, Supervisor Cerna?
Here.
Desmond? Hume?
Here.
Kennedy?
Here.
And you have a quorum.
Thank you. First afternoon item, please.
Okay, I need a motion to drop this item. Excuse me, this is the request or review of hearing officer's decision in the matter of Orient Massage.
Second. See, when you delay, things just work themselves out.
Unanimous vote with those members present. And then for item 72, these are resolutions of necessity authorizing eminent domain actions to acquire real property for the Alberta Road Improvement Project. I'm going to defer to Peter and let you read those items in, and there's a couple that are going to be dropped.
Yes. Okay, good afternoon, Chair Kennedy and all members of the board. I'm Peter Hannon, Program Manager with the Acquisitions Section of the Real Estate Division, and I'm here today to introduce this item, which recommends board approval for 5 resolutions of necessity authorizing eminent domain actions to acquire real property interest for the Department of Transportation's Alberta Road Widening Project. Before I begin my presentation, as Florence has alluded to, we have had some recent activity with 2 of the resolutions. First up, resolution number 3 for John Chow Seng Chow, a single man at 2621 Zweederzee Circle. The owner has signed and the county has fully executed the necessary acquisition documents for this property. Therefore, I would ask the board to please drop resolution number 3. The next one, resolution number 4, for Anastasia Mosulyuk, a married woman, and Aleski Mosulyuk, a married man, as joint tenants at 2625 Zweederzee Circle. The owners have signed the documents, and the county has also fully executed those acquisition agreements. Therefore, I would ask the board to drop resolution number 4. Speaking about the project, the proposed project will widen Alberta Road from 2 to 4 lanes between Dutch Haven Boulevard and Watt Avenue. The project includes the installation of Class 2 bike lanes, landscaped median, and replacement of the existing 2-lane bridge over Dry Creek with a new 6-lane width bridge, including bike lanes, sidewalks, and an equestrian path. The project also includes modifying the traffic signal at the intersection of Alberta Road and 28th Street. Of the 13 necessary acquisitions required for the project, 3 properties are the subjects of this board's item. At this time, I'd like to display attachment number 3 to this RON. Hearing. Out there. So this list is each of the individual property rights that the county is looking to acquire, and the corresponding easement areas are shown in square feet. So the first, AGGC Investments, LLC, a California limited liability company located at 2721 Alberta Road, assessor's parcel number 203-0050-043. The real property interest the county is seeking to acquire consists of a public utilities and public facilities easement and a temporary construction easement. Resolution number 2, Clyde Eugene Haygood Jr. and Victoria Ann Haygood, his wife, located at 2860 Alberta Road, assessor's parcel number 203-0090-008. The real property interest the county seeks to acquire consists of a public utilities and public facilities easement, as well as a temporary construction easement. Moving on to Resolution number 5, Oleg A. Sayaba, a married man, as his sole and separate property located at 2629 Zwiedersee Circle, Assessor's Parcel number 203-0211-039. The real property interest the county seeks to acquire consists of a temporary construction easement. The county obtained appraisals for the affected properties from an independent appraiser and presented offers to the respective property owners for the purchase of the easement interests I just displayed on attachment 3. The county's negotiations with these remaining owners have reached impasse. Today's resolution of necessity and anticipated eminent domain actions will provide for possession of the real property interests and construction of the project while the county proceeds to acquire the easements through eminent domain if necessary. The county also will always continue to work with property owners to try to negotiate a settlement prior to eminent domain actions. Information to support the required statutory resolution of necessity findings are contained within the staff report included with the agenda packet, along with a history of owner contacts. Notices of intention to seek approval for the resolutions of necessity were mailed to the respective property owners by registered mail and standard mail at least 15 days before today's hearing. If you have any questions regarding the project or any of the other project team members currently present or myself are available and able to answer those questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to be clear for the public, just because there's a RON that has been issued or approved by the board does not mean that negotiations stop at that point.
Correct.
Thank you.
We're just currently at impasse.
Thank you. Any questions of the board? Do we have public comment?
Not have, sorry, we do have public comments. We have one public comment for this item. Hold that up. Vlad Moskalayuk.
Hello, I'm Vlad Moskalyuk, even though my wife already signed that agreement, but I think it should be, I'm for the project. It's good to have a nicer road and better city, but I think it should be better, or I would say proper, for the property that they seizes from us, the proper pay for the money, you know, how much they would pay enough money to get to seize the property, the fair value of the property, I would say. Because the first time they negotiate, they offer one price, then another price. I think it would be fair for everybody have the same price to seize the property. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Frost.
Did you want to respond in any way? I don't think once you've already signed, you can go back. That's my understanding.
Yes, that's generally correct. And our understanding was the terms and conditions of that agreement were acceptable to the two property owners when they signed. That was essentially our understanding. So
okay.
I've not heard of this issue up until Mr. Mossel just introduced it.
I just want to say that this is going to be a very welcome project in my community. A lot of my constituents have been so frustrated with the traffic bogged down over that bridge, and I know it's been a long time coming, and they're going to be so excited, and I'm excited. I'm sorry it has to, you know, I guess we always have these kinds of issues when we're widening something, but I'm going to move approval when the time comes. Or I'll move approval.
Yeah, I believe the time has come. Let me ask one clarifying question, though. It says drop. Do we need to drop these? We have to have a motion?
I need to take 5 separate votes for each one of those.
So, but even the dropped ones, we need to take a motion to drop it.
Yes,
Okay, just
please.
making sure. Okay, so your motion is?
I was a little bit late after lunch, so I didn't hear the exact conversation, so I'll go ahead and move the ones.
Move the first item.
Yes.
Okay.
The first property.
Yes.
Yeah.
I will second that.
Unanimous vote.
That takes us to the second property.
I don't know which ones.
The ones that was dropped as 3 and 4.
Okay.
Correct.
I'll move approval for 2.
Second?
Unanimous vote?
And motion to drop 3.
Second.
Motion
Unanimous vote?
to drop 4.
Second.
Unanimous vote?
And motion to approve 5.
Second.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, for item 73, I do need to take an oath for this item, and I'll do that after I read the item into the record. This is for the Blue Oak Car Wash, a general plan amendment, community plan amendment, and rezone, use permit, special development permit, and design review for a property located at the southwest corner of Verner Avenue and Garfield Avenue in the Carmichael Old Foothill Farms community. The environmental document is a mitigated negative declaration, and I'll go ahead and do the oath at this time. So if you do wish to address this board, please stand and state the statement that you have been sworn after I swear you in. Does anyone plan to make a comment? Okay, so I'll start now. Please raise your right hand, and the appropriate response is I do. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give this board is the truth? So help you God. If you do not swear, do you so affirm? Okay, and when you get to the podium, please state your name for the record and the statement that I have been sworn.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Todd Smith, Planning Director here. Just to introduce these items, you'll hear from staff presentation in just a minute on both items. We haven't done a general plan amendment round with multiple items in a bit, so I wanted to give you a brief refresher. Items 73 and 74 constitute our third round of 2024 general plan amendments. So there's multiple projects, and so we would ask that the board hold off on adopting the general plan resolution, which is resolution 1 in each package, until the conclusion of item 74. You are able to take action on all the remaining requested entitlements, though.
Thank you, Todd.
Good afternoon, Chair Kennedy and members of the board. My name is Kimber Gutierrez, and I will be presenting the Blue Oak Car Wash. The subject parcel is approximately a ½ acre in size and is located at the southwest corner of Garfield Avenue and Verner Avenue in the Carmichael Old Foothill Farms community. The parcel is undeveloped and appears to have been, has had some site disturbance in 2003, but there is no evidence of buildings or structures ever being erected on the subject site. The parcel itself slopes from an elevation of approximately 138 feet from the southwest corner adjacent to Garfield Avenue to approximately 126 feet to the east corner adjacent to Verner. There are no public street frontage improvements, and the site supports 21 trees and annual grasses. Of the 21 trees, 20 are protected oak species. Immediately surrounding the project site include a now vacant daycare facility adjacent to the southwest on Garfield Avenue, undeveloped property to the south, a place of worship across Verner Avenue to the east, and a movie theater across Garfield Avenue to the north. Here we have 3 maps depicting the subject parcel and surrounding areas' land use designations, and as well as zoning districts. As you can see, there are predominantly residential designations in the immediately surrounding area, with the subject site being zoned residential density 2, designated RD2 on the community plan, and low density residential on the general plan. As described in the last slide, the existing surrounding land uses consist of institutional and commercial uses, although the land use designations and zoning for those sites are residential. The sole commercially designated property and commercial land use in the immediately surrounding area is the movie theater across Garfield Avenue to the northwest, and there is also commercially designated property on the north side of the place of worship consisting of small-scale retail. The current parcel configuration was created through a parcel map in 1978, which included a no ingress or egress rights along Garfield Avenue. No other prior planning entitlements have been obtained for the subject site, and all recent code enforcement violations have been remedied, and there are no active cases. So I'm going to walk through the entitlement request. The applicant is requesting a general plan amendment to change the land use designation of the site from low-density residential to commercial office, a community plan amendment to change the community plan land use designation from RD2 to light commercial, or LC, and a rezone to change the zoning district of the subject site from RD2 to LC. The applicant is applying for the proposed amendments to develop the subject site with a drive-through automobile wash facility, or car wash. To develop the intended use, the applicant is requesting a conditional use permit to allow a drive-through car wash with no amplified sound within 75 feet of a residential zoning district, a special development permit to deviate from several development standards, which I will review in more detail when I get to the exhibits, and a design review to determine substantial compliance with the design guidelines. So to briefly introduce the deviations being requested, they are listed on the screen. Most have to do with the car wash tunnel and kind of where things are located within the tunnel and how it's oriented, as well as landscape planner requirement, parking and queuing, end island planners, and side street yard setback. An initial study and mitigated negative declaration was prepared pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act for this project and was released for public review on July 30th of 2024. The environmental analysis discussed the impacts listed on this slide, and it concluded that the project would result in less than significant impacts to most environmental topics. However, in regards to noise and biological resources, it was concluded that the project would result in less than significant impact with the implementation of mitigation measures. Therefore, a mitigation monitoring and reporting program has been prepared and is included in the report package. Here's the site plan. The drive-through car wash would consist of a 2,138 square foot car wash building. The building is proposed to run parallel to Garfield Avenue, with the entrance of the car wash tunnel facing southwest and the exit of the car wash tunnel facing northeast. So as cars enter in off of Verner Avenue, they would take an immediate right, wrap around the building, and enter in this location. And then to exit out, they would have to, again, wrap around and go to the vacuum stalls just south of the building. The facility would include 7 vacuum stalls, an employee parking stall, vacuum equipment, trash enclosure, and accessible restroom facilities just east of the proposed car wash building. The facility's hours of operation will be limited to 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. On this slide, I want to point out 2 of the 7 requested deviations, the first being the car wash tunnel exit orientation. So car wash tunnel exits shall be situated so that they do not face toward any nearby residential zones. The car wash tunnel as proposed faces the RD2 zoning district across Verner Avenue. The second deviation is the side street yard setback. The minimum side street yard setback is 50 feet, and as proposed, the building would be set back 30 feet from Garfield Avenue. The proposed project is also conditioned to install public street frontage improvements to both Garfield Avenue and Verner Avenue, consisting of curb, gutter, sidewalk, and landscaping. And the last thing I want to mention on this slide is the applicant is proposing grading improvements for noise mitigation. So for visual assistance, we do have some cross sections later in the presentation. But in general, the grading would result in the car wash building at a lower elevation than the adjacent daycare facility, as well as Garfield Avenue. Here's the landscape plan. As you can see, there is perimeter and parking lot landscaping proposed. In terms of deviations, I do want to point out the next 3. So the third deviation is the landscape planner between the drive-through and the right-of-way. The requirement is 25-foot wide landscape setback, and as proposed, the setback would measure at a minimum of 10 feet. The fourth deviation is for end island planters. Planters of at least 8 feet in width shall be installed at the end of every parking row. As proposed, there is not an 8-foot wide planter west of the trash enclosure. And the proposed planter is 5.5 feet wide there. Okay, sorry. They do provide a planter. It's not 8 foot wide. It's 5.5 feet wide. The fifth deviation is for screening between the queuing and residential zones. All customer idling and queuing lanes shall be separated from residential zones with intervening structures or other solid shielding features in addition to property line walls. So as proposed, there aren't any additional shielding features being proposed other than that required CMU wall on the property line.
Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. Since you brought up queuing, Kimber, could you go to the previous slide, please? I just want to be clear. So queuing as it relates to exiting, I understand that if you're leaving the vacuum island area and you're heading towards the exit onto Werner, there's on-site queuing capacity there. But I assume you consulted with DOT extensively to make sure that there won't be any kind of on-site, off-site queuing conflicts as it relates to the proximity to a lighted intersection like that, such that you have extensive wait delays on site to make a ride out.
Correct. DOT does review these projects specifically for queuing and sometimes require a queue management plan, which I don't believe it was necessary for this one because it's usually for larger volume drive-throughs. But yes, DOT did review the plans and confirmed the queuing,
including the
exit.
Well, also if you're exiting the car wash itself, not going into the vacuum area, that you'll have plenty of opportunity to keep the queue fairly free or free flowing from the exit part of the car wash facility to the point past which you would be able to make that ride out.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. Picking back up on the floor plan, the building does include a 556 square foot equipment room, and then the rest, the 1350 square foot drive-through tunnel or wash bay. The dryers are proposed to be 2 feet away from the drive-through exit, which is the 6th deviation, as the zoning code requires that dryers be located at least 10 feet from the exits. And then the last deviation is the car wash tunnel exit screening. Car wash tunnel exits shall be designed with solid screening features extending from the ceiling and walls of the tunnel so that dryers are blocked from view. As proposed, the project does not provide any dryer screening. Here are the colored elevations for the project. And then now that we've gone through the layout and facility components, I wanted to touch back to the grading information. The parcel currently slopes again from the southwest corner adjacent to Garfield to the east corner adjacent to Werner Avenue. The applicant is proposing grading improvements for noise mitigation, and the finished floor of the car wash building will be 7 feet lower than the adjacent daycare facility and 2 feet lower than Garfield Avenue. So an 8-foot wide landscape planter and 8-foot tall wall is proposed along the interior property lines adjacent to the RD2 zone property. And that's depicted on the top cross section, so section AA. The daycare facility is over here on the left. There's that wall landscape, and then you see that the site drops down there. The landscaping and wall along the property line shared with the daycare will be on top of a retaining wall approximately 7 feet higher than the car wash building. So that is, located right here. So there's that 7-foot difference, and then you have the 8-foot landscape planter and the wall on top of that retaining wall. And then the middle section shows its relation to Garfield Avenue, which you'll see there's a 2-foot step down between the car wash queuing lane and Garfield Avenue.
Supervisor Serna.
Thank you. Kimber, you've said, I think a couple times, you've referenced the daycare site. So just to be clear for the record, there's no daycare there, right?
Correct. It's vacant.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
But the facility is still there, structure's still there.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay, so moving on to advisory recommendations, the Carmichael Old Foothill Farm CPAC met on June 8th of 2022 and recommends the board approve the requested entitlements. No members of the public were present and no verbal or written comment was received. We did receive an email correspondence on September 22nd of 2022 from the Verner Oaks Townhouse Homeowners Association, which represents a 40-unit townhome complex at the south end of Verner Oaks Court, approximately 0.3 miles south of the project site. The HOA representative indicated that on September 15th of 2022, the HOA voted to oppose the proposed project, and the opposition was due to an increase in traffic activity as well as the rezoning of land currently designated residential. I did reach out to that HOA representative and obtain the meeting minutes from that September 15th meeting. So that have been provided in the packet. And then I added the HOA representative to the mailing list for both the Planning Commission hearing as well as this hearing, since they are outside of that 500-foot radius. And then to date, I have not heard any further public comment from the HOA. The Design Review Advisory Committee met on June 23rd of 2022 to review the project. The DRAC did express concerns about the number of requested deviations required to make the project work on the site, as well as concerns on the potential noise and traffic impacts to existing residential development in the area. After further discussion about the technical studies that were prepared for the project, the DRAC did conclude and recommends that the board find the project in substantial compliance with the design guidelines. And then the Planning Commission met on September 9th of 2024 and recommends that the board approve the requested entitlements with a 3 yes, 1 no vote. Commissioners had questions related to tree impacts, outreach to the adjacent daycare, which, to reiterate, is now vacant, and that was confirmed after that meeting, and the place of worship across the street. So following that hearing, it was confirmed that the specific tree that they were concerned about was on that daycare site. That tree has been removed. So we did prepare a subsequent CEQA memorandum to capture that removed tree in the mitigation measures.
And it was removed why?
I am not sure. I think the applicant would be able to.
Because it was dead.
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted that for the record.
Perfect. Okay, besides the project being supported by the CPAC, Planning Commission, as well as found consistent with the design guidelines by the DRAC, it can ultimately be found consistent with the general plan, community plan, and zoning code as conditioned. Although the proposed project would introduce commercially designated property to the east side of Garfield Avenue, where there is currently no commercially designated property, the site has been largely vacant for the last 2 decades, which demonstrates that the location may not support investment of low-density residential development. The project is compatible with surrounding zoning and land uses as conditioned. Surrounding land uses, except for vacant residential property to the southeast, are predominantly non-residential development. And the proposed design meets the minimum buffering requirements from adjacent residentially zoned parcels. There are no significant environmental concerns with the implementation of mitigation measures, and the project does not conflict with the provisions outlined in Senate Bill 330, which is the Housing Crisis Act of 2019. And then although the RD2 zoning district is a residentially zoned, the LC zoning district does allow for higher density residential uses. So there would still be a future opportunity if that opportunity arose to develop the property with residential units. And lastly, investment into the project site would spur additional investment into the neighboring vacant residentially designated parcels. So for all of those reasons, staff is recommending approval of this entitlement package. with the attached findings and conditions, which I have a couple of the conditions highlighted on this slide. I won't go into a lot of detail, but basically limiting the hours of operation to 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., and then a number of different conditions and mitigation measures associated with noise mitigation, and making sure that everything in the noise study is achieved prior to certificate of occupancy. So again, staff is recommending approval of this entitlement package with the attached findings and conditions. So that would be to determine that the environmental analysis prepared pursuant to CEQA is adequate and complete, adopt the MMRP, approve the resolution authorizing the amendment to the general plan after the next item, approve a resolution authorizing an amendment to the Carmichael Community Plan, approve an ordinance authorizing a rezone of the subject site, approve the use permit, special development permit, subject to findings and conditions, and find the project in substantial compliance with the design guidelines subject to findings and conditions. And that concludes my presentation, and I can answer any questions.
Thank you, Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do we have any public comment on this?
Public comment.
Pull that up. Actually, no, we don't.
Okay. Thank you. And so we'll take action on this one and the next one together. So, Kimber, just a question. Had not heard from that HOA.
We can take them individually, just we have to take resolution 1 after the second one.
Got it. 2 years since this went from the DRAC till it came to the Planning Commission, no opposition. Seems like a relatively straightforward project. Why the 2-year delay?
There were a number of things. I think most of it had to do with getting the technical studies up to a spot that staff felt comfortable with, and making sure that we had all the adequate information. Specifically with noise, we do get we do have some issues with car washes in terms of noise. Sometimes they come in and the sound isn't quite what we thought it was going to be when it first came in. So just kind of making sure that that was all complete and up to date.
Okay. All right, thank you. Well, I'm supportive of the project. Appreciate the questions. Appreciate the applicant's work. It further ensures my status as a supervisor with the most car washes in his district.
I don't know.
I don't know if that's a
I would
plus
phrase it as the most clean cars.
Yeah. I like that. Positive. And so I move approval of staff's recommendation.
With the exception of resolution 1.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you. Next item.
Okay, for item 74, this is the project at Bradshaw at Elder Creek Trucking Rezone, a general plan amendment, community plan amendment, rezone, and conditional use permit for a property located at 6350 Bradshaw Road at the northeast corner of the intersection of Bradshaw Road and Elder Creek Road in the Vineyard community. If there's anyone here that plans to speak to this item, I need to take your oath on this item. Okay, thank you.
All right, good afternoon. Emma Patton, Senior Planner, presenting the Bradshaw at Elder Creek Trucking Rezone project today. I'm also joined by Emma Carrico, the project manager. I do have some slides, so I'll let those take a moment to load up. The project site is a 6.6 acre parcel located at the northwest corner of the intersection of Bradshaw and Elder Creek Roads in the Vineyard community. The subject parcel is currently developed with an existing heavy equipment storage yard. The subject parcel is currently zoned interim agricultural reserve with a surface mining overlay. Surrounding land uses include a construction storage yard to the north, an undeveloped parcel to the south, agriculture, specifically a strawberry farm to the east, and then single-family residential to the west. I do want to note that the site is located within the pending West Jackson Highway Master Plan area. Specifically, it's within the future planning area B of that plan. Acreages of each of the land use designations for future planning area B haven't been allocated to geographically specific sites as a part of that plan. Because this application was deemed complete prior to the final hearing for the master plan, this project is not required to comply with the policies of the West Jackson Highway Master Plan. But if the master plan is adopted, any future development of the subject parcel would be subject to that plan. The Planning Commission approved a use permit and a design review to allow the existing heavy equipment storage yard on October 28, 2019. The use permit limited the operation to storage of heavy equipment and tractor trailers that are associated with construction work only. The applicant has operated that heavy equipment storage yard since site improvements were completed in early 2020. The applicant came to staff and noted that the demand for construction storage rental facilities has not been sufficient to maintain the business. Because of the limitations of the existing use permit, the applicant is requesting several new entitlements that would allow the operation to include storage of trucks and large vehicles not necessarily related to construction uses. So I'll go into each of these entitlements specifically on the next slides. But to summarize, it includes a general plan amendment, a community plan amendment, a rezone, and then the use permit. So not only is the general storage of trucks and large vehicles not allowed under the existing use permit, it is also not permitted use in the parcel's current zoning and land use designations. So as such, the applicant is requesting a general plan amendment, a community plan amendment, and a rezone to convert the site to commercial and office land use designations and a general commercial zoning district, as shown on this figure. You can see that the existing land use and zoning is at the top, and then the bottom features the proposed. Additionally, that use permit that I mentioned is required in the general commercial zoning district to allow the truck and large vehicle storage facility. Regarding the proposed land uses and zoning, I do want to draw your attention to Condition 5 of Attachment 2. Condition 5 does limit the use of the property to the proposed use. So with this condition, other uses that are permitted or conditionally permitted in the general commercial and zoning district may require some additional environmental review before the use of the site can be changed. So under this use permit, they would only be able to use the site as a truck and large vehicle storage yard, and no, any other use that was permitted or conditionally permitted under the GC may require some additional review and permitting through planning. As previously mentioned, the subject site is already developed with improvements for the heavy equipment storage facility. Therefore, no physical changes to the site are proposed or necessary to serve the proposed use. Existing improvements include driveway access from Elder Creek Road and a motorized gate, frontage improvements, screen fencing, and landscaping. Here you can see that planting plan, which includes a combination of shrubs and screen trees. Those shrubs and screen trees are located just in front of the screen fence. An initial study analyzed potential impacts related to the proposed use and the corresponding entitlements. That was released for public review on August 9th, 2024. The study determined that the project would not result in any significant impacts. As such, a negative declaration was prepared, concluding that the project would not have a significant effect on the environment. This project went through our recommendation circuit, starting with the Vineyard Community Planning Advisory Council on April 11th, 2024. No vote was taken due to a lack of a quorum, but those members present expressed their support of the project. As no improvements are proposed with this project, the design review administrator waived the requirement for a design review, so this was not presented to the DRAC. And then lastly, the project was presented to the Planning Commission in September. The Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of the project with those members present. So based on these recommendations and the project's compliance with applicable policies and codes, staff is recommending approval of the entitlement request subject to findings and conditions. Specifically, we recommend that the board determine the environmental analysis prepared pursuant to CEQA is adequate and complete, that you approve resolutions amending the general plan and the community plan, adopt the rezone ordinance, and approve the use permit. So that concludes my presentation. I am happy to answer any questions you might have, and our applicant is also in attendance this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions at this time? Mr. Smith? I'm clairvoyant that way. I just knew you wanted to come to the podium.
Thank you, Chair Kennedy. I do want to note there is a bit of an error on the general plan resolution. It inadvertently includes actions on the cap, which is not scheduled for until tomorrow. So at one point, these items were going to be heard together. So when you do take action on the general plan resolution today for these two items, it's limited to exhibits A through D, not E and F.
Thank you very much. That's an important clarification. All right. Is there any public comment?
No, we do not have any public comments.
Mr. Hume.
Chair, I happily will move this item, and I'll look to the chair to move the item with the recent changes called for. But I just want to say that this project in its existing form has a beautiful fence around it and nice landscaping. It is unobtrusive in every which way. And I appreciate either the applicant or the representative or staff or whomever came up with the idea of how do we anticipate future and take care of some of the entitlements, but still make sure that we come back and have an appropriate review at the appropriate time. So I think it's all around a good thing and happy to move the item.
So the motion's for items A through D.
Is that correct? Yes. Do I need to move the okay.
Yes. And I'll just say before we vote that thank you, Supervisor Hume. These come up periodically down South Sacramento. They haven't transpired yet, but you know, one thing that we have to have, people have to understand is we're not creating trucks. We're not creating traffic. We're actually getting them out of residential neighborhoods. We're getting them off of commercial corridors and putting them in a more appropriate location. So thank you. Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Unanimous vote.
Next item, please. Oh.
Sorry, before you go to the next item.
Resolution 1.
Yes.
Yes. Move Resolution 1.
Second.
Thank you, Council.
Vote. Okay, for item 75, this is to approve Senate Bill 43 implementation effective July 1, 2025. Approve a salary resolution amendment adding 6 FTE mental health worker and 3 FTE medical assistant level 2 positions to support increased capacity at the Mental Health Treatment Center.
Good afternoon. Ryan Quist, Behavioral Health Director. Today, coming to talk to you, update regarding SB 43. To remind, we've talked about this a couple times, but to remind, basically what SB 43 does is it makes a change to the criteria by which individuals can be placed on an involuntary hold. Previously, grave disability was defined as unable to care for your own food, clothing, shelter due to a mental health disorder, and SB 43 expands the criteria to include inability to care for your own food, clothing, shelter, or health care due to a substance use disorder, a severe substance use disorder. We have had extensive meetings around this topic, both locally as well as with colleagues from other counties. And basically, the main feedback that we're hearing from our hospital partners is that there is a concern that there will be an increase in 5150 evaluations occurring in emergency departments. This time, we don't really see that there's going to be too much of a increase in the number of inpatient psychiatric hospital stays or LPS conservatorships, but we don't really have data to know that for certain. I have to say that on all of these topics is that we have to acknowledge that we're talking about a future state which we have not experienced yet, so we really don't have data to really inform with certainty exactly what's going to happen. As I mentioned, we did a lot of meetings. We met with our, both locally as well as with our colleagues from other counties. We had an information session on October 18th. This particular slide says that we have a presentation for local law enforcement that we have not shared yet. We put in the slides a few weeks ago, and we were going to share it, and then we decided we'd wait and see what the determination of the board was here today. It's all ready to go, though, so we have materials that are all ready for training for those who write 5150s, for our law enforcement partners. It's all packaged and ready to go based on what ends up getting determined today. In those meetings that we had around working with colleagues from other counties, one of the issues we wanted to tackle was how to educate our non-clinical partners within the community first responders who would be responsible for writing 5150s based on a severe substance use disorder. The law was interesting in that for the first time it actually stated that it would be based on a diagnosis. Prior to SB 43, it was based on a mental health condition, not necessarily specifying a diagnosis. Because our law enforcement partners are not trained on how to do diagnoses. Working with our colleagues from other counties, this set of criteria were developed, basically taking from the Diagnostic Statistical Manual number 5, severe substance use disorder is defined as if they have 6 or more of these symptoms. And so we basically describe the symptoms and provide it as a guide for those in the community to determine if there's 6 or more of these observable situations present, then that would be sufficient evidence to warrant assessment at an emergency department for whether or not a severe substance use disorder was present. The other thing that we tackled is we wanted to take a look at what facilities were available in order to treat individuals who were placed on a hold based on the new criteria. And county behavioral health directors had conversations with the state and really advocated for them to be put out some clarification regarding which facilities licensing requirements already made that possible at. And so state put out what's called a behavioral health information notice and clarified that the following existing types of facilities can be designated to provide evaluation treatment for those that are placed on a hold due to severe substance use disorder. They are general acute care hospitals with distinct part units providing chemical dependency coverage, which is a special designation. And then acute psychiatric hospitals, again, with a distinct part unit providing chemical dependency coverage. Those are special licensing designations. There are very few facilities within the state who have those designations, most of them being in Southern California. But then the third classification is crisis stabilization units. And so for crisis stabilization units, we do have a number of those within Sacramento County. So over on the right, we have listed the number of the eligible facilities that are available in Sacramento County, which would be the county-operated mental health treatment center, which has an intake stabilization unit license as a CSU. Dignity CSU and Sierra Vista CSU all meet those criteria. Also of interest, just more recently, Governor signed on September 27th SB 1238, which directs the State Department of Health Care Services to make changes to the license requirements and regulations for psychiatric health facilities to include the ability to treat individuals with a severe substance use disorder only. So as it is, psychiatric health facilities can treat individuals who have a co-occurring mental health and severe substance use disorder, both of them occurring within the same individual. That is permissible. What wasn't necessarily clear is what if the individual only has a severe substance use disorder? So SB 1238 makes that possible by directing the state to make changes to the licensing requirements. Unfortunately, they have to make changes. They have not made the changes yet. The changes could take, they have up until, I believe it, I hope I'm going to get this right. I believe it was by January 1st, 2027 that the state has until that they have to have it changed by. We do hear from the state that they're hoping to do it faster than that, but that is what the law says. So of course, we want to know what's going on there are 2 counties that did implement SB 43 already. They are San Francisco and San Luis Obispo. So of course, we wanted to talk to those counties to understand what their experiences were with the implementation of SB 43. Notably, they report that they are not seeing a lot of numbers. They don't see a lot of new 5150s as a result of this change in law. San Francisco, this was about 3 weeks ago, reported that from the time that they implemented till now, they've seen maybe 10 total substance use disorder only holds, involuntary holds, which those numbers say it's not a very big impact. However, we're Sacramento, we're not San Francisco, so we don't know to what extent that will be reflective of exactly what we're going to experience.
And when did San Francisco initiate it?
January 1st, 2024.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, and then the other note was that they are not seeing a lot of conservatorships due to substance use disorder alone, and that the few times it has come up, they are considering that for probate conservatorship instead of an LPS conservatorship, which is different, has whole different set of criteria. In having conversations with our regional system partners, some of the feedback that was provided was, first of all, just an observation that there have very few facilities in our region, that we have no facilities within our region that are eligible for involuntary SUD treatment, like ongoing treatment beyond an emergency department visit, or crisis stabilization is actually a 24-hour, 23-hour service. So if it goes over 23 hours, that's going to be not going to be the right setting for treatment there either. And as noted already, SB 1238 does expand eligibility, but we still need forthcoming changes from Department of Health Care Services. We heard from our system partners concerns around hospital capacity and workforce shortages, as well as just simply there's a lot going on in behavioral health right now, one change after another, and that this is just another change on top of everything else. Notably, in December, we are implementing Care Court or Care Act beginning December 1st, and then likewise, county my colleagues in other divisions within health services are coming forward with triage to alternative destination plan, which would allow ambulances to be able to directly transport individuals to other facilities such as the county operated treatment center, Sierra Vista, and crisis residential for behavioral health. So as a part of this, bringing this letter forward.
You didn't include all of the work that's coming our way with CalAIM.
And all the CalAIM and everything, in BH Connect, and I could spend quite some time talking about all the other behavioral health initiatives that are forthcoming as well. So in preparing this board letter, we have to acknowledge that we have a couple different perspectives. I do want to acknowledge that our family advocates are extremely impatient for having this implemented, and I completely get where they're coming from in terms of wanting this as another option in our treatment toolbox in terms of getting individuals engaged into treatment. And then on the other hand, we have our hospital partners concerned that their wait times in their emergency departments may be impacted by increased volume of 5150 holds that they're going to be asked to review. So the law itself permits us to defer up until January 1st, 2026. As of right now, we are, based on your last action, contemplating and being ready to go by January 1st, 2025, and we are ready to go if that's the will of the board today. We have all our training materials prepared, all ready to get that out to go. Basically, with this recommendation, we're sort of splitting the difference and suggesting maybe we should implement July 1st. That would allow us to implement the things that we are implementing in December, as well as this board action does include some additional staff for the county-operated treatment facility in order for us to increase our capacity. So we would have time to be able to hire individuals and get them ready to be able to assist with the additional volume that may come to our county-operated facility.
Okay, Ryan, I got a queue up here.
Oh, okay.
Supervisor Cerna first.
Thanks. No, I chimed in, or I put my name in the queue just because I heard the characterization that the family groups or advocates have been somewhat, that they're impatient or that they've exercised some impatience. And I don't know if I would agree with that characterization. I would say that they've actually exercised some patience and some tolerance.
That's a good point.
In that we've, some might say we've kicked the can already. And I know I'm showing my cards a little early here, but, you may have more slides, but I had to do some soul searching on this and understand that there is some other infrastructure surrounding us, and some of it may be even internal. But at some point, we have to fish or cut bait. And so I'm going to be either supportive of a motion or a maker of a motion that we, as you mentioned, Ryan, that we are ready to go January 1. That would be my preference.
No, January 1?
Yeah.
Okay.
And if not, then I guess I would be opposed to waiting any further. I just think this is too important to delay any longer, even a 6-month delay. And I think we owe it not just to the family members who are interested in seeing this implemented, yesterday, but to those that I think are going to be directly benefiting from this kind of useful suite of tools to help them with their mental health and behavioral health needs.
Thank you. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Supervisor Cerna, for your thoughts. And Ryan, Dr. Quist, I know you're at the vanguard with dealing with all these major policy changes at the state level, so I can certainly appreciate how difficult that must be to try to grapple with so many things that are being layered on top of each other. I can't imagine what it's like to try to implement those things. But so I guess my first question, talking to the other counties, San Francisco, San Luis Obispo, what other counties are planning to go live on January 1, 2025? Do you have a sense of that? I'm really concerned about the urban counties.
I should have studied that again. I think it's 5 counties that are planning on going live January 1st,
okay.
2025.
Okay. And did you talk with some of those counties as some of your conversations? Are you familiar kind of what their struggles are getting there and some of the things they're still working on in terms of policy and workforce and otherwise?
Yeah, it's pretty much exactly the same dynamics,
okay.
Same issues that we're experiencing.
And so, to kind of, I think to underscore what Supervisor Cerna said, when I first was briefed about this, a lot of times very deferential to staff and your expertise, but something you said really struck me. You said, we're ready to go. We could go live January 1. And my concern is, I think, like Supervisor Cerna, is that, maybe it won't be perfect and we're not going to be able to help a lot of people right away, but there may be some individuals that we already know about that we're grappling with helping right now. And we may have an opportunity to help just a handful of people even by starting earlier. And so I'm inclined to agree with that. I've kind of rethought this as well. And hearing your presentation just makes me feel like that's the right way to go as well. So thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. Well, at the risk of disagreeing with my colleagues, I will, because I know for me personally, one of the reasons why I wanted to take half the time that we were allowed by the state was to keep this sense of urgency so that this was front of mind. And we were, putting the building blocks in place in order to implement this new policy. And I still support implementing this new policy. However, I believe that all of this comes down to throughput, capacity and facilities, which we don't necessarily have stood up. So yes, we are good to go in that we can enact the enabling legislation that permits us to put this tool in our toolbox, but we don't necessarily have the facilities stood up to be on the receiving end. Then you couple that with the fact that going live in January will be our pilot program for triage to alternate destination, which is somewhat related to this and will further impact those non-existent or inadequately existent facilities. And then you layer on top of that the effort that we've been making with respect to ambulance patient offload times, and that we have emergency rooms that are actually making great strides at bringing those times down. And if we throw one more thing into the mix, that might disrupt that whole effort, and so we will have no proof of concept to see whether or not these efforts were fruitful or not. And so I hear what has been said, and I can't disagree with the good intention of my colleagues of why they would like to see this put forward. And certainly when we heard this last, I was in the get it done as soon as possible camp. I think now that we're at that point, now that staff is saying that we could implement immediately, but we'd rather do it a little more thoroughly, I'm willing to give that 6-month buffer time and say, let's do it right.
Mr. Chair, can I have just a follow-up question for that? Thank you. Sure, I appreciate those points. I'm curious with San Francisco, for instance, because I think that's much better comparison than maybe San Luis Obispo County. Is the reason they have not seen as much, I guess, utilization or success with this because of more systemic issues, or is it because of the evaluation? What are they attributing that to? I guess the limited use or success of it thus far. What part of the system is preventing a wider use of it?
It's hard to say, and I think they would have a hard time being confident in coming to one strong conclusion. One of the other messages that I want to share as well, though, is one of the concerns was regarding whether or not there would be more law enforcement holds and taking folks to emergency departments. And talking to some of our law enforcement leadership, one of the things we heard is that when law enforcement officers are out in the community, they can't tell the difference between what's a mental health condition, what's a substance use disorder. And so there was somewhat of a belief that they are probably already placing individuals that they're gravely disabled, unable to take care of their own food, clothing, shelter, then they were likely already getting placed on a hold and taken to the emergency department for evaluation to determine whether it was a mental health condition or a substance use disorder, because the law enforcement officer on the street would maybe not likely know the difference.
Supervisor Frost.
I'm sensitive to the concerns that have been expressed by the hospitals and by the staff, and I think I think you said it very well. I know it's difficult with drug-induced psychosis. You can't always tell where the mental health issues emanate from and how it presents itself. But we have so many programs that we're just now getting off the ground that are going to impact the system, and that we're going to need to know how they impact the system and how well they're working in order to make a good judgment call on whether or not to continue investing in those programs in the same way. We have WellSpace, MIH, their hospitals are making changes, and we have other programs that are launching with our safe stays, and there's just so much going on. I'm compassionate to the idea that maybe if we just slow it down just a little and give a little bit more time for this stuff to launch and get started, then we'll have a better idea of what we can do and how it will impact things. So I'm in the camp of maybe delaying it a little bit to give staff more time to be ready for it.
Thank you. Ryan, are you done with your presentation?
Well, more or less. Just on the far right there, the other thing that a little bit more time would buy us is that we are working through standing up our behavioral health bridge housing, which would be another resource that would be able to help individuals who are unhoused be able to have some place to go, and for us to then engage and hopefully get into voluntary treatment. We're also working with WellSpace to try to operationalize a second crisis receiving for behavioral health program, and so this would give us a little more time for that, as well as working on an outpatient detox program that would hopefully be within that facility. And in conclusion, I sincerely, it is the will of this board. We're ready to move forward, whether it's January 1st or July 1st. We have our training materials. We're all ready to go, and so really it comes down to, to what extent balance the various pieces of information that we have available to us.
Thank you very much. Do we have any public comment?
We do have public comments. Bring that up. Nancy?
Good afternoon. I'm Nancy Brynelson, and my husband Wade and I are co-chairs of a group called Family Advocates for Individuals with Serious Mental Illness. And thank you, Supervisor Serna, for saying we've been patient. I don't think everyone here feels we've been patient. We would be thrilled if you would decide today to implement SB 43 earlier than July 1st, 2025, if you move to January 1st of 2025. However, we know that this is not a simple matter, and we appreciate the kind of planning for facilities and staffing, et cetera. We are realists, if nothing else, given all that we've been through. There are some things that we would ask for should you decide to delay until the 1st of July, and that is that there be quarterly reports, that we hear more frequently how things are progressing in terms of the actual facilities and the personnel and all the systems that need to be in place. We also would like to know more about plans for training law enforcement individuals, because they are critical to the success of this, and they need to be brought on board not only in terms of a skill set and knowledge, but in terms of spirit and an attitude of acceptance. And third, we are very interested in and concerned about the integration of behavioral health or mental health services and substance use prevention and treatment services. We think they should be integrated. That's critical. So we want to know more about that. As parents and family members of individuals with serious mental illness, many of whom also suffer from substance use disorders, we urge you to fulfill the promise of SB 43 and the CARE Act to ensure that the most vulnerable among us receive the treatment they need and deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian Jensen.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Brian Jensen, Regional Vice President with the Hospital Council of Northern and Central California.
Wait, give us 5 minutes to let that thing get high enough.
I was going to give you the high time to let it go. But it's a pleasure to be here with you talking about this very important topic. I first of all want to actually commend the patients of family advocates who have a very real reason for wanting to implement this as soon as possible. And it's an understandable desire because they've had to deal with really hard things. I also want to speak on behalf of the staff's recommendation to implement SB 43 on July 1st of 2025. This county staff has been amazing this year. They have worked so hard, not only on this, but also many adjacent and related programs. The hospitals have too. I want you to imagine that all 5 of you are sitting at a table, a round table, and you're going to assemble a puzzle. Each of you have a stack of puzzle pieces. Yours are a bunch of Cal-AIM puzzle pieces. Yours are SB 43. Yours are AB 40. Yours are, the next thing, the next thing, the next thing. The table is on a lazy Susan, and I'm going to give a gentle spin to the table. And it's going to start spinning around and say, okay, go ahead and assemble your jigsaw puzzle. Oh, by the way, the state of California, which has passed all these things, has not given you the box lid to show you what it's supposed to look like. Nor have they give you any guidance on SB 43 after a year of asking. Now imagine you are a hospital nurse. Imagine you are a caregiver, a care transition planner in a hospital, or in any other, imagine you're a street cop coming upon a situation you don't know exactly how to handle it. This is the reality of what we're dealing with right now, and that's why having 6 months for us to kind of figure out how these pieces are supposed to fit together so that they actually work. Because one thing that's come over, we've been, as the hospital council, been convening meetings for the last 6 months with Sacramento County's hospitals and county and other community-based providers, but also with the 6 adjacent counties as well, to figure out how this is supposed to work together so it's actually effective. Something that has come up time after time is we have to be really careful before we suspend someone's civil liberties to provide involuntary treatment when voluntary treatment is hard enough. We have no facilities who know how to do this, no place to safely handle this. They're coming online, and the county's plan has been really amazing, the facilities they've lined up to be able to be receiving facilities. But the same tools to solve APOT by having the triage alternate destination are supposed to solve this problem too, and you can see why this is so complex. We asked for that extra 6 months so we can do this right. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. And your analogy just defines the state of California and counties in general.
Greetings. My name is Marianne Bernard, and I did submit a letter to the board clerk, but only about 20 minutes before I left my house to be on time. Oh, you got it. All right. I have extra copies, but that's amazing work. I am a member of the Phase Me group because I have a severely mentally ill son who was 5150, I think 11 times between the age of 12 and 22. So I've been around that block. And once in this county, but mostly in other counties. And also I'm a lawyer, and I represented mental hospitals in another state, Minnesota, for many years. And I'm very familiar with the law in Minnesota, which is analogous to LPS here. That law gets an A+ from the Treatment Advocacy Center, whereas California's LPS gets a D- along with one other state, Alabama. And because I am familiar with a far better law, I think outside the box, and everybody here seems to have problems. There are 2 things I'm recommending in this letter that you do, you, the board. And I will say bluntly that it appears that counties around the state have been dragging their feet because, as a group, they were perfectly happy with the status quo, where the sickest people were consigned to the jails, the streets, and the morgues rather than being treated. And so you're seeing a lot of foot dragging here. But the first thing you should do, and I want to focus you on 2 things in the law that didn't receive focus here. The expansion for all people with various mental disorders is if they can't care for their personal safety or if they are ignoring their need for medically necessary care. Now, no police officer has to diagnose. That's false. But they have to have probable cause to believe that what they're seeing is the result of either severe mental illness or SUD or often both. And that the person needs medically necessary care or is so messed up that they can't see to their own personal safety. That's not hard. I want to focus you on 2 things that you need to do.
You're about out of time, so if you could wrap it up.
Well, there's 2 things in my letter that I think you need to do. One is it's completely false that hospitals are partners here. The only entities that you, the board, have certified are not hospitals. Emergency rooms was at the bottom of that list that Dr. Quist gave you. You haven't certified the emergency room yet. So in my letter is a list of what you have certified and what is missing.
Thank you.
And that's every hospital in this county. And since we're talking about medical care,
Thank you.
you need to certify them. And the second one, I've just very briefly, is stop the county from stopping people from 5150. They are. They're doing a worse job than other counties. And a different county nearly killed my son because of this. And I think you should read about that and why, and you should take action and overrule your behavioral health department if you need to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any more public comment, Madam Clerk?
Concludes your public comments.
Okay. It's the will of the board.
I'd like to make a motion to delay till July.
Second.
Okay, before we vote, give board members an opportunity. Supervisor Frost, do you want to speak to it? Do you see you're punched in, or are you just making a motion?
I think the same points that have been brought forward.
Okay, thank you. Having spoken, I'll speak. I think that I see Supervisor Hume's points that were made very well. And as far as the readiness and all of that, I've spoken with Mr. Jensen about this issue, and yes, I am concerned. I am concerned about undermining the good work that we've been doing with the hospitals on behalf of the county and EMS and everybody else to get the APOT times down. And we've done a good job. We still have some room to grow, but we've done a good job. And I am concerned that we would undermine that. And so I see those arguments. I guess if I felt like this was going to be a tsunami of people coming in and overwhelming the system, then I would be 100% in favor of the staff recommendation. And by the way, staff, I completely understand your points, but I also have to listen to the public. So I think that we're talking about such a small number of people based upon other communities that have instituted it already, that I think we can handle it as a system. I think we can handle it, working with our hospital partners, which Ms. Bernard has left, but they are indeed partners. So therefore, I will not support the motion. Mr. Cerna.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I would like to make a substitute motion that we direct staff to be prepared and that the county implement Senate Bill 43 effective beginning January 1, 2025.
Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second for a substitute motion.
Before we vote, we're still requesting the positions go forward even though the delay is being changed. I just wanted to make sure that was part of it.
Yes. What?
Why would we want to?
No, that's the motion, and it's a substitute motion which will be heard. Yeah.
But we're voting to not delay it.
Correct.
Right.
The motion carries with Supervisor Frost voting no.
Okay. Thank you. And again, just to reiterate, I really appreciate the work that went behind this. Next item, please.
Okay. I think we're finally at our nominations. And that's item 76. You're continuing to December 10th. Disability Advisory Commission, Fair Oaks Community Planning Advisory Council, Sacramento County Alcohol and Drug Advisory Board. Continuing to January 7th, the Cemetery Advisory Commission, County Service Area 4B, Slough House, Wilton, Casumnes, County Service Area 4C, Delta, Local Child Care Planning and Development Council, Orangeville Community Planning Advisory Council, and the Southeast Area Community Planning Advisory Council. First up is Cordova Community Planning Advisory Council. Supervisor Desmond.
Please continue to January 7th.
Thank you. Supervisor Hume.
Please continue to January 7th.
Okay. Developmental Disabilities Planning and Advisory Council.
Nominate Elsie Guerrero and continue the remainder to January 7th.
Thank you. First Five Commission.
Nominate Scott Moak and continue the remainder to January 7th.
Okay, on this one, we just have the one seat.
Oh.
Public Health Advisory Board.
Nominate Samantha Rapp, nominate Ellen Shank, and continue the remainder to January 7th.
Thank you. Sacramento County Mental Health Board. Supervisor Frost.
Continue to January 7th.
Thank you. Sacramento County Youth Commission. Supervisor Cerna.
Continue to January 7th.
Okay. Update that. And Supervisor Desmond.
Please nominate Jamie Stephenson.
Thank you. And Supervisor Hume.
Please continue to January 7th.
Okay, and that concludes your nominations.
Well, Supervisor Frost, by continuing to January 7th, that was the ultimate kicking the can down the road, wasn't it?
It was. I guess it was.
Okay. All right. Next item, please.
And county executive comments.
Thank you, Supervisors. If we could ask Metro Cable to show a picture up for me. Last Thursday, October 24th, we held our 2024 career fair. Had a fantastic turnout of about 1,300 individuals. Mainly, that was one of the reasons why that was successful is because of our media team and how well they do their outreach in social media, also getting the word of mouth out and sharing with our employment partners, and then actually doing an interview on KCRA that morning. At that event, in addition to the 1,300 participants, we had 26 departments, 35 tables, and about 120 staff all there sharing why it's such a great place to work and be in Sacramento County. So I think back about that comment that was made earlier today. If we just tell them you don't work for the county, they don't yell at you. I think there's a lot of people here that are interested in coming to work for the county. A year ago, I was talking about the vacancy rate of the county up in the 13%. I think the last time I talked to you was about 12%, and now we're down to about 10.7. So we continue to chip away at it, and knowing that we continue to add positions, like just now you just added several positions, so you're hurting my percentage, but that's okay. We appreciate the support. So I think it was an extremely successful event, and look forward to really looking to see what the outcome of all this is, and seeing us continuing to get more and more new employees coming to work on our team. The other one, very appropriately announced today, is the 2024 CSAC President's Award. Our voter registrar received that award, or was announced that they will receive the award. They're going to be receiving the award the week of November 18th down in Pasadena, down in the LA area, Los Angeles area. The recognition of this award was the excellent work that our voter registrar and her staff has done to safeguard the election and uphold the democratic process. I know some of you are actually going to be there, and I hope that you would join me in receiving that award and honoring the voter registrar and all the great work that she does. And I know she'll be up at least till 2 a.m. tonight to report. So myself and the executive team will be out there to show our support, and I also invite all of you to come out. The last thing I know, this board has been extremely supportive of the voter registrar, and I just want to thank you, especially Supervisor Kennedy and Supervisor Cerna, for your media work that you did a couple of weeks ago, and putting a positive spin on all the great work that she does and her team does. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Supervisor Frost, you're punched in. Is that for the?
Yes.
Okay. Supervisor Desmond.
Just real quick, I just want to thank Siobhan and Dave. Joined me at a couple of town halls in District 3 yesterday. Introduced them as a couple of county big shots, and the constituents were very appreciative of you being there, and it was really great. Eric has already been exposed to the District 3 situation. I'll have to get David out there and Sylvester to something in the near future. And the other thing is, I went on a ride along with our sheriff's hot team the other day, and I'm committed. I want to go on a ride along also with our Cohiwo folks out in the unincorporated area, trying to connect people with services. But I think we have to keep working really closely to get kind of the two sides to talk better together and to coordinate better together. But I think we're making a lot of progress, but we can never let off, because sometimes you get new people in and they don't understand the progress we've made and the systems that we've developed. But Siobhan, I appreciate all the support of you and Emily in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Cerna.
Thank you.
Just wanted to make mention of the fact that tomorrow morning I'll be joining Crystal with our Economic Development Department, as well as with some GSEC personnel to greet a contingent from Seoul, South Korea that we met with back in August. This is a group, I think I may have mentioned it before during comments. It's a group called Chevy. I think they've since gone public in Korea. They're publicly traded, I believe, in Korea now. And what they do is they produce, manufacture high-capacity charging infrastructure for passenger vehicles, and their I guess, forte is reliability in their systems, which I think many of us, especially those that drive electric vehicles, really need to have the confidence to expand market share for EVs. But they're going to be here to not just talk about prospects for expanding the use of their charging infrastructure here in the state of California, but we're going to be taking them out to Metro Air Park because they're also interested in manufacturing opportunities in California. So I'll be doing that in the morning with Crystal and company, and then, of course, joining the rest of you here at 2 o'clock for our afternoon session.
Thank you. That's the last supervisor punched in, so Supervisor Frost.
Thank you, Chair Kennedy. Today we honor and remember Terry Barnes, a beloved volunteer firefighter whose unwavering commitment and dedication spanned nearly 5 decades. Terry dedicated his life to protecting our community, and his legacy of service has left an indelible mark on each of us and on the Sacramento Metro Fire District. Terry began his journey with the Alberta Fire Department, which through the years became part of the Sacramento Metro Fire District. For 47 years, he devoted himself to the safety and well-being of others. Serving as a firefighter, driver, operator, mechanic, Terry wore many hats, each one with a deep sense of duty and pride. He was integral in the emergency response efforts, operating water tender 116 to ensure the reliable water supply to areas with limited hydrants. He also took great care in maintaining fire engines, hoses, and other critical equipment. For Terry, these tasks were just responsibilities. They were commitments to making sure that his community would always be protected. Beyond his daily duties, Terry's love for his community shone through at events like the annual Rio Linda, Alberta Christmas Parade, where he proudly led the procession in Old Betsy, the cherished Rio Linda fire engine he maintained with care. It was one of the highlights of his year and something the community always looked forward to, a true reflection of his love for those he served and protected. Terry was more than a volunteer firefighter. He was a neighbor, a friend, a true example of community spirit. His motivation came from a profound sense of duty and pride in the place he called home, where he lived alongside those he worked so tirelessly to protect. Terry recognized the challenges in our area and stepped up to meet them with dedication and resilience through his selfless commitment. He left a legacy that will inspire future generations of firefighters and community members alike. Thank you, Terry, for everything you gave to the community. You will be deeply missed, and your memory will forever inspire us and serve with the same courage and dedication that you did. Terry was my driver from the time I got elected until shortly before he passed, and he was, I always called him my number one driver. I got to ride Old Betsy, and he took Old Betsy all over the county just so that I could have a nice ride. He was such a kind man, and I'm going to miss Terry. So thank you for adjourning in his memory.
Thank you, and we will adjourn in the memory of Terry Barnes.